my sanity has been lost to me, lost to me, lost to me, lost to me. your shadows from my soul as these walls begin to fold. Head lost in the silence, cold stars illuminate the secrets on your tongue and the poison in my lungs. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth. Blind eyes in the darkness, frail hands reaching out, sword echoes in the smoke as the doors behind me close. No cure for the madness, each turn tangled in the fear of losing sight of the slowly fading light. Where every passage ends, a new road begins. The further I descend, your labyrinth. While you put on your makeup, but that makeup don't hide those lies you tell. We go round and round on this carousel. I can see the signs, baby, you can spell. Being with you is H-E-L-L. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Ain't it funny how all the games played out? Like I don't know what you're doing when you stay out. Trying to lock me down, I had to break out. Cause you lie, repeat, rewind, retweet, then act like those that you see on TV. Ha, what a crying shame, with a body on that frame and a half a brain. Damn. Not one of those special days, baby girl, I'll be on my way. And any other day you can cry to me and I will wash those tears away. But everybody knows that you play it sweet, girl, you ain't no Sarah Lee.
Yo, 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 it's me, E-Back. I'm here with Grissom, who's dressed far too fancy. What are you doing, man? You're bringing up the class. We're cool and hip here.
E-Back, you son of a gun, telling me to wear a suit
I'm
because
just
you're
kidding, I'm just kidding. We're very fancy here today. We're nice and classy. We're not like Barnell, who likes wearing jumpers and stuff. We're classy gentlemen who don't brush our hair, apparently. How are you doing, Grissom? You having a lovely day?
I'm having an absolutely wonderful day today, E-Back. Very excited to be casting this game and very excited to be casting my first cast with you.
Ooh, well, that's a mistake. These teams, we'll be hoping they won't make similar mistakes. Of course, this is the first time we're seeing Jaegers coming out, because last time we were so ready to see them in action, to see them absolutely blow up this league, but their game was forfeited. So they won. They'll take that, I guess. And now we see PG Tips coming up against them. And in the last game, they played Lions Creed and had a bit of a rough time, didn't they, Grissom?
They absolutely did. It was unfortunate because they did take quite a beating going against Lions Creed, taking a devastating loss, getting 7-4'd by Lions Creed, which isn't really that much of a devastating loss, but it really could have some improvement, and I feel like PG Tips could have done a lot better in terms of being able to maybe pull it back and win some sort of pride there, but unfortunately there was no hope at all in that game.
Yep. Oh, there's Grissom. We know who he is now. It's just popping up. Also, Grissom, one thing I want to mention. Can I see your microphone at all? Because it looks like you're speaking into a heater. I was going to say that the other day. It's a very warm microphone.
Well, when I mute it, this is how it indicates me when I click this.
Ooh.
And when I click that, it tells me
magic. Well, why don't you just turn it back off and then we'll all be good for the rest of the evening. Just joking. It's all good. PG Tips, Jaegers. I'm very excited about this game because I want to see how Jaegers adjust with their slight roster changes. Of course, PG Tips, they had quite a few roster changes as well. Losing Fexel and Panda, big issue for them. Of course, Panda, the key player, I keep bringing him up, but it's because he was topping all the stats. And I'll be less nice to him. I'll say he was also top of the deaths stat as well, so don't take it too nicely, Panda. He has moved to Jaegers as well. I'm not 100% sure if he's actually here today. I need confirmation on that. Let's have a look over at the players if we can, and maybe see if there's any stats. I don't believe there are any stats for Jaegers because the game was forfeited. No, but we can at least see what ops they play. That's kind of nice, isn't it?
Well, I think that is actually inaccurate, but at least we get some sort of information. But looking down at PG Tips, we can see that there is quite not really that positive KDs. Actually, there isn't any positive KDs on the board apart from Yesay bringing that that lovely even number 1 to the board for his team. But I gotta say, they're not really looking that good stats across the board. We can see quite a lot of what operators being used, and I can see an Iana on there already, which an Iana does mean trouble, but I see a lot of these operators looking at them being combined together. For example, I can see where the Malusi and the Smoke would come into play, and also the Legion, and also maybe the Jaeger would come into play together. So seeing their selection would definitely bring some metas and strats to the board. But one thing to point out is also we do have Panda back after his 2-day suspension from playing, but luckily he will be joining us back today on the team of Jaeger Esports Academy.
Fantabulous. They'll be enjoying his killing ability. I think, of course, that last game, it's only one game for these stats, which will reflect very poorly on PG Tips because they had a bit of a rough time against Lions Creed, who are one of those teams who are going to be trying to win the whole thing. They're always going to be in high contention. These two teams, they've been, obviously, ex-Lexaro PG Tips got very far last time. I think they finished 4th in the end, losing out to Lions Creed themselves, actually, in that playoff match. But Jaegers are going to want to keep up there because Jaegers early last season were up in those high positions, competing at the very top, and then just kind of they lost a bit of their edge towards the end of the season. So they're going to want to pick that back up, and with these new players coming in, I think they might well do that. So if we go onto the maps, we've got something, a huge revelation actually, in that we've got Clubhouse in Oregon. Now, we've never seen this before, so I'm very interested to see what kind of strategies might come out, Grissom.
Yeah, well, seeing Clubhouse in Oregon, it's a very rare 2 maps being put together. It's like we've never seen them before in any other game being seen. So seeing them come out once again into the pool of maps being played in this best of 2 series, I'm really curious to see how these maps are going to be played, because Clubhouse is one of those, quite large maps with lots of roaming space and different objectives to play. Whereas Oregon, and also one thing to quickly point out about Clubhouse is all the objectives are quite far apart from the top floor. So there is really not really shared strategies you see on the same 2 objectives, if that makes sense. You see a different meta and strategy on different objective. Whereas Oregon is one of those maps which is really close together. All the objectives I think are actually touching, if I've sort of got that right, but you see a lot of the strategies being played all over the map instead of just being on one objective at a time, which is really great. Well, I wouldn't really say entertaining. I'd say more strategy-wise.
Well,
And
that's what we love to see. We love to see strategy. Yeah. That's the entertaining part of the game. Of course, if everybody's just doing the same boring stuff, it can be a bit naff. I expect more of these teams, and not just as a general statement because they're good, but because we've seen them in the past be quite interesting, innovative, great word. And also, there's a good amount of clash you could see on either of these maps as well, which is a very key focus.
Indeed. Now, Clash, I had to really register that on a little. I had to register that a little and think about what I had to say as soon as I heard the word Clash, because we never see Clash, let's be honest.
Well, I think the stats would disagree with you, to be completely honest. I won't dig too much into the stats in particular. I don't want to embarrass you here in front of everyone. We have seen a bit of Clash already this season in ECS, so...
It's been seen rarely. Clash has been seen rarely.
Yeah,
we have
rarely.
seen it quite a little tiny bit. On the games that I've casted in particular, I haven't seen Clash at all, which is unfortunate considering. I wonder who it is on screen today that actually is a fan of Clash. Just looking at the words, I wonder.
Well, to be fair, both I think Jaegers are fully aware that I'm here today, so they might try and please me. Which I would appreciate because then I'll, probably. I can't cheer on either team. I like both these teams. They're both great. I want them both to win. Obviously, they can't. So maybe a map each could be pretty fair. It'd be nice to see.
We're on the same mind with that one. Maybe a map each. However, Clubhouse is, in my opinion, Clubhouse is all about strategy. You learn your strategies with Clubhouse, but Oregon is a completely different story. One thing another caster that I know told me, Tudors, he did say Oregon is a map where good teams go to die. So with that being brought to light...
Oh, that's great. So you should put that on like the wall of quotes for ECS from this season.
The wall of ECS quotes.
One of those. Yeah.
ECS bingo again. Good teams go to die.
I love it.
Oh, okay. That was a whip it. Never mind. It wasn't Tudors. He just corrected me.
Misplaced wisdom. Whip it is rather wisdomous. A very, very clever man. So, also, we got Max D observing today and Noah on the production. Shout out to those two. They are fantastic. Max coming in, I think, short notice as well. So, thumbs up to him. There we go. It's on the screen. It's right there. It's lovely to see. I was going to make another point about something, but I've completely forgotten what it was. My brain's gone mad now. I'm just so excited to get in and started with this game right away. So can we get those players back up? Because I actually wanted to talk about one or two of those PG Tips players we saw last time out. There we go, lovely. Yase, of course, topping in KD. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, but he pulled out some fantastic moments, especially on the defense, on smoke. I recall, obviously, not doing too well on entry. None of them necessarily are, but he was a standout player. Of course, new to the roster, or he's, the same player with a different name. I'm going to treat him as a new player because I haven't been told otherwise. He was fantastic, and Text Rolo as that fragging man, if he can keep it up on the Iana and Jaeger, that would be fantastic. The misplay, I think, from the last game was the Ying from Sino. The thing about him was he brought that Ying, I think, every round bar one on Cafe, and really struggled to make a proper impact. And then when Lions Creed brought out the Ying, they did a lot more successfully. I can recall Toombs, who I think was my MVP for the day, him or Verns, doing brilliantly, executing the Ying fantastically. I'm not sure if we'll see that Ying come out again, as Lions Creed banned it out on the second map as well. So either directly to counter. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that ban coming out from Jaegers, just to disrupt the play, especially given that Oregon did not go to plan. Now here are some predictions, Grissom. Why don't you talk us through them?
Well, looking directly at them, it does look like a lot of the community are putting their money on Jaeger Esports Academy today with just 80% of their predictions. I didn't catch the Steph one, but
It's 79.
79, so it's
So, yeah.
really, really not that much hope going into PG tips for today's match, which
Well, the
really is
staff are a bit
unfortunate.
nicer. In a little
tiny
bit.
bit.
But yeah, it looks pretty good for Jaegers. Of course, we haven't seen them so far this season, so they could prove everybody wrong and be absolutely terrible. All yet to be seen. First, we've started out with a Thatcher ban, which is rather terrible from PG Tips. A little bit boring. Wait, is Fexel in here? Can we... I'm now confused because that's very different to my... I thought Fexel had left. No, Fexel is in here. Okay, right. Well, that's an interesting difference. Having Fexel in the team for PG Tips. Now, I've got quite a few things to say about that man. He had a pretty high KD throughout the entirety of last season, and he was the second highest kills per map in the entire league season last time out. So having him back in the team is going to be fantastic. He also got the most assists in the entire league as a returning player. So... great play from Fexel last season. Him being back in the team. I don't know who told me that he'd left. But him being in the lineup is going to be great for PG Tips.
Without a doubt. Now, I actually did get the opportunity to cast PG Tips about a week ago, and from what I've seen of them, they really did bring the game that was in a different league going against Titans quite a while ago, but they really did bring their game with that one. They done really well to take the win in that minor game, so it was only a best of one. This was obviously not for ECS, but they really did impress me when I had the privilege of being able to cast their games. Like Fexel's predatory and like hunting attitude towards how he played. It was also on the map of Oregon as well, so we will be returning to that in the second map, so hopefully Fexel can be able to bring that predatory and greedy, hungry attitude back with him to Clubhouse and Oregon today, impress us as casters, and also bring home both maps.
Well, they're certainly very impressive, both lineups. Let's keep it up today, guys. I'm very spirited. GG Blitz, we're not seeing the Blitz coming out. He's being 6-picked to Ash, rather sadly, by Joey. Joey.tables, what a name. That's a good band name, actually. Joey.tables. I'm going to write that down. But we're in CCTV, so why don't you tell us about CCTV and what you might expect as a PG Tips Pro now, Grissom, whilst I write this down.
A PG Tips Pro, well, I do love the title, but CCTV and Cash, I mean, from PG Tips on defense, they have picked quite a normal set of operators, but one thing that I'm hoping to see come into play is sort of maybe that Smoke and Melusi. I spoke about this at the start. Maybe some sort of strategy coming out between them, where maybe the Melusi jammers are going to be put on obvious points of rotations, and that Smoke maybe camping beneath, or I'm not sure, somewhere in cover sort of, and then get caught by that Melusi jammer. The Smokes come out. Maybe even have Fexel with playing as Legion, just rotating and trying to, as I said, get that predatory and kill hungry attitude into the first round. Then it really could be a great round to see, mainly just because of the strategies and how they're going to play this. But I did sort of predict right. The Melusi jammers have been placed in quite obvious rotation points, but now it's just going to be Sledge wasting quite a lot of his hammers as he's just going to get that soft bit open of the wall to CCTV, but Maverick's just going to be opening up with his below hammer, but Panda's actually going to lose a bit of health there to the small area of hole that's been opened, but there we go. Wasn't hard at all to be able to get the door to CCTV open.
Nice teamwork from Jaegers at the beginning of the round. Nice to see Panda working well with his teammates right off the bat to get a simple breach open. Pause on the other side of the map. The west side taking very good key control early on. alongside Joey. It has been handed to the PG Tips, sitting rather deep. 2 men in garage, the rest in and around red and cash. So a bit of a turtle strategy from them. They do have the operators for it. Got C4s in hand. They've got delaying operators such as Smoke, the Melusi with her Banshees. It's going to be a tough execute. But if we can rely on any team to execute, I'd back Jaegers because they have been very strong on it in the past. And now all they have to do, prep, get some of these walls open, burn some utility, and make the move happen. 1 minute 20. Panda going for an adventurous frag grenade from underneath. The player he was about to kill actually taken off him by Tazzy. He might be a bit annoyed at that. Looking back, that's a kill stolen from him, but it's a kill gain for his team nonetheless.
Unambiguously, PG Tips are actually going to be holding this strong defense, but it's really not hard at all for Jaeger Sports Academy to make their push. It's sort of spread out and around the area, and as we can see, with no one with Panda, it's going to be Sino being able to take him out. So Panda is now going to be off the board for Jaeger's Esports Academy. So leveling out the teams to a 4v4, Sino's health is going to be actually really concerning, as a smoke grenade's going to go out in the cash room, pretty much blocking off anyone from pushing into that room. But Textrello's really going to be holding this tight angle from the stairs leading into the door of cash, which is going to be contested, but is not really going to be going well in his favor, as he's losing quite a lot of health, whereas Paws hasn't even lost a single damage yet this round. But with those concussion mines going out, they're not really being able to do anything. 12 seconds left on the clock. Paws is going to push in, get hit by a Legion mine. Joey Table's going to be able to get the headshot on instinct, as Yazzy's going to catch Tazzy, but he's going to get another as he takes out Joey Tables. It's going to be Diffuser being planted now. He's going to be able to do it.
He doesn't see the player through the wall in the way we do, but he gets Jewis through the wall, and with Paws down, no withstand here. What an interesting turn of events. Paws there, he's not able to keep going, is he? Spare me. He's taken out, there we go. End of the game. Amazing play from Yase, a triple with the SMG-11 to finish the round for, I almost said Lexaro, I'm going to keep doing that all season. PG Tips to start things off with a win. You were saying it could be quite an easy execute because they're split up, but when it came to the actual push, they still had 4 men to deal with in a small amount of time at multiple angles, and that is so hard to deal with unless you hit all your shots, and they certainly did not on that execute. So the first round going to PG Tips, they're going to move down right to the basement, and looking at their lineup, a good amount of delaying operators. Of course, Texrolo on the Vigil might be looking to get some early entry frags. Oh, maybe not.
Well, Valkyrie is also an operator to get quite a lot of entry frags to the round. I've seen her be used more tactical than actual utility in so many rounds in ECS, especially on this map. The Valkyrie cam placements, like having those black eyes spread out in different, I wouldn't really say objectives, because the Valkyrie cams on this map is usually used for these rotations and different corridors to watch them. So having them placed around and also roaming quite a lot, I feel like this is really going to do well for Textrolo, and maybe can catch him a couple entry frags to the round. But
yeah, we see a mix of Valkyrie plays and how you can use her on this site. Relatively common across teams. Often, as you say, to watch rotation, to see where those attackers are going. Not necessarily in the site, but just to give you a bit of pre-warning as to how many attackers are coming from what directions when it comes to that push. So almost acting as a sort of, I mean, of course an intel op, but just she could be useful for that kind of delay game in conjunction with other operators such as the Smoke and the Lucy that worked so strongly last time. Yase, I pointed out, Yase, he actually got 4 kills in that first round. I thought he only had 3, but that was exactly why I was singing his praises at the start of this game, and he has started very strongly yet again. Ground early being taken by Jaegers. They're not going to dilly-dally. They're right on in there, making the advantage, taking that ground that's been given to them, and starting to put some pressure on the vertical players below.
it's really going to actually be hard for Jaeger to do their push because of the... I've really noticed this from PG Tips before. The way they're spread out, they don't really have anyone to support them, but being so spread out in all the common locations where they can do their push, it's going to be really hard for them to make any regular pushes in through any doors. So as they're doing right now, actually, they're really going to have to go above and be able to break some of this ceiling. Luckily, they do have a sledge played by Panda, so it's really not going to be hard to open up some of this roof. But getting through the hatches is going to be a completely different story, as pretty much being watched quite a lot. So with this being said, maybe they could get a roam from PG Tips to get up there.
A cheeky black eye cam in the kitchen being shot out there. I believe it was, if my eyes do not deceive me. 1 minute 20 on the clock for this execute. Obviously, Jaegers, they'll want a nice early pick before they have to move in. It's always very useful. When it comes down to those late flurries, it's so hard to execute. If any team can do it, I would back Jaegers, but they struggled last time out when it came to that quick push. They've got so many angles open, you just have to use them. Panda taking a bit of unnecessary damage from that Selma as the hatch is being opened. Opening kills, though, coming out from Pause. Taking out Text Rolo. The fragging man on the Valkyrie will be a strong advantage before this push comes in. Oh, it is capitalized upon. Instinct falling as well. Sinnoh is third to fall to Joey. And now a serious amount of pressure for the Jaeger, Vexel, and the smoke of Yasa. He's used all his canisters, and there are 5 men to deal with. With all these angles open above him, he's the last man, and it is a flawless round from Jaegers. We were talking about how can they execute this. They need the first kill. Well, it never stopped. They got 1, and then they got 5. A very convincing attack of the basement to bring things back even. What a game we're going to have on our hands, Grissom.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it, Ebek. The way that as we look at the replay, we can see this lovely headshot coming out by Pause on Instinct. He's not going to be happy about that one at all. So, like, this is going to be, I think, one of those games where we are going to get all the way up to 6-6 and then maybe hop into overtime. And it's, I have that feel, you know, when you just get that feeling before, like,
do we have
not
overtime in this season? I didn't check the rules. I'm pretty sure it's still draws. Yes, draw.
Oh.
We don't, yes, sorry.
There
That
we
is
go.
an ECS thing. We have draws here. So that is not overtime. But I guess your prediction is for a draw, which none of the staff did during the staff vote. So I don't know what you're doing with that. Have you changed your mind?
Well, when I put my predictions on from the staff vote, there is 2 things I am thinking about. One, I am just putting it down at random so I don't get shouted at. 2, I actually done that prediction before I got to be, well, before I was able to cast PG Tips, and I didn't even know that Jaeger Esports Academy was a thing. I thought they only had an actual roster, never mind an academy. So with
well,
it,
the actual Jaegers eSport team is in open division in ECS, and their academy is at the top of majors. So it's quite an interesting one. We've seen Jaegers eSports Academy here for quite a while, and we're very familiar with them in a fun way because they're always very enjoyable to watch, as we saw that last round. Can they capitalize upon their strong defensive attacking win, on the bottom floor now that that site has been repeated?
well, going back to this site, it's gonna be it's usually a common occurrence actually. Church is probably just one. Well, Church and Arsenal is probably one of the second best objectives, I'd say, apart from that CCTV and cache. But Vexel's going to be holding this pixel peek from CCTV leading out to that ledge. So I'm kind of hoping he's able to at least take out one as soon as going to be contested. But that was a very close headshot, but he wasn't able to just get it. Going to be just looking to the right, but no one's actually going to be pushing there in particular. Well, actually, yes, there is. There are going to be people pushing all around this top floor with no one from PG Tips able to support him, but Vexel's not going to last long as Panda's going to be able to take him out playing a sledge. That's going to make it a 5v4 situation for Jaeger Esports versus PG Tips, and they're going to have to bring it a hard push in the next 90 seconds of this round to be able to take on PG Tips. But with Jaeger Esports having that 1 man less advantage, then they're really going to strategize this, I think.
Oh, Panda very close to Tex Rolo. He's going to go for an adventurous C4. It doesn't quite work out. PG Tips, I want to admire their change in strategy, but given the fact that it's not working out so far, they've lost that man. Not fantastic. They're clearly going for a lot more delay game. Whether it's roams, whether it's players playing slightly more aggressively forwards, it has worked for them in terms of burning time. At this period in the last game, it was still a bit closer in terms of man count. It was around here where the kill started coming up from Paws in this position. And it's a bit of a mix of success. They've delayed, they've worried, but Jaeger's with that advantage, they're not going to be too worried. It's still time to execute. Yase this time has all his canisters available, ready to use at the key crunch time. Texrodo is very close to someone here in the tunnel. He's taken out alongside his teammate Sino. So it's another advantage for Jaegers, and Joey capitalizes with a triple! Lovely individual play from the Ash. I was praising PG Tips midway through the round, but again, a double flawless round, 2 in a row on a basement attack from Jaegers. Wow, what a great start to this game they've had after that first loss. I've got to credit Panda for that awareness there, especially that moment shooting away Tex Rolo. He got the better of the player up in cash towards red and immediately knew where the cover was coming from. Now, it could be a good mix of just personal awareness and skill and being ready for stuff. Also, potentially a bit of awareness of his former teammates and knowing what to expect from them.
I'm just shocked at how Jaeger Esports have been able to get not 1, but 2 flawless rounds in a row. Maybe if they're able to push it up to 3, I think I'd fall off my chair, but they're charming, marvelous plays they have been able to pull off so far. And I just can't get this idea out of my head. A double flawless, but realistically it's not an idea. It is realistic. They've actually been able to do it and pull off a double flawless after PG Tips. Well, they took that first round to tried and were able to do some damage on the first round, but obviously the first round is, I like to say, it's set up for failure unless you have a very good idea on how these teams play. I consider the first round of every game just a trial run, basically, to see how they play, get a good idea of who's their main fragger, who pulls off the most, but it's not always accurate. So winning that first round, I really did think that PG Tips are back again from that other cast that I seen, and they are here for trouble, but actually, Jaeger Esports Academy have proved me completely wrong in the second and third round, being able to get, I keep saying it, a double flawless.
Well, it was a great adjustment from PG Tips to try a completely different strategy, but of course it didn't really work out at all. And I'm interested to see if they go for a similar play or a different play this time on the site that they won out the first time. Of course you can write off that first round, but it still happened. They did a pretty good performance when it came to holding and delaying. We can see some aggression coming out from Texrolo. Of course, he was doing that peek earlier on to try and get any early damage, but he has got nothing for it. And I believe Vexel with the Legion is a new addition to the lineup compared to last time. So a bit of adjustment from PG Tips. It looks like a pretty similar sit though. So many players sitting by cash and red yet again, which worked out for them. So I guess why fix what isn't broken?
Well, no strings attached. Jaeger Esports are once again being able to execute that push on the objective of CCTV and cash. So, actually, they're not in that objective. I don't know what I am waffling on about right now. So, alright. Yes, I'm sorry. But we are going to see that Yaze is getting taken out by Tazzy. And that is going to be him wiped off the board. But there's going to be Paws being able to take out Sino as well. That's going to be him wiped off the board, making it a 5v3. But Paws going to be able to get F-Pixel again. That's going to be a 5v2. But Joey Tables is also going to be wiped off the board as Instinct is able to take him out. But that's going to be Instinct taken off as well, as we're going to see the refrag going on. It's now going to be Tex taken out too. It's going to be a 2v1 as Tex is the only defender left in the fight. Juice is going to be going for this diffuser plant, but Paws is also going to be watching his back, so he's really going to be able to pull it off as Tex is just on the stairs of Easton. But there's nothing really that he can do to get to that diffuser without getting pretty much targeted straight away, so his push will have to be tactical, but it's going to be cut very short as Juhis is going to be able to take him out, taking these. That's going to be the third round in a row for Jaeger Esports Academy.
Well, I praised their executions before their first attempt, which failed. But since then, the executions have been fantastic. I think wiping Yase off the board immediately was a strong point. Not just in terms of getting rid of that Smoke's utility, but stopping him, because that man has gone absolutely crazy in recent matches, and he's not given the opportunity there, which opened the floodgates. Pause, getting so many crucial kills. It's those capitalizing kills, those second ones, and a key refrag onto the Melusi after taking out the Ashe. A lovely call, and I believe Panda swung on that intel from Joey. So great teamwork from their new man. Obviously, I'm not sure if any of these players knew each other particularly well or played together before his switch in teams, but he seems to have blended perfectly into this lineup.
He really has. Jaeger Esports Academy are bringing their game. They didn't manage to get the third flawless round in a row. That really would have made me probably fall off my chair in excitement while casting that, but they were able to take the round, and looking at the game as a whole, it's not about whether they get a flawless or not, it's about whether they bring home that round for their team, because rounds are the things that matters. Flawlesses, they really don't matter on the long run, as long as they're able to bring it home. But
they make a certain psychological impact on your opposition, and also on any team. Seeing that flawless there, you've been humiliated. Even if it was I mean, how close can a flawless round really be? Probably not much. It's a symptom of something going incredibly wrong. And you were talking, I'm not sure who it was it Max, our observer man, talking about not bringing Castle on this particular defense? No Castle opted for by PG Tips. How might that impact this round?
Well, with the Castle not here, I don't really see any change at all, because in my opinion, Castle is useless, but he can also, he can actually push back these attack strategies a little bit, having to use some sort of soft breach to get through them, but I don't see him being that much of a... I wouldn't see him being a benefit, is the thing.
Oh wait, is Texfrodo underneath? I saw him very close to Joey there. I think he is actually underneath on the first floor. Yes, I was mistaken.
Yeah.
That was close. He is just waiting underneath, ready to pounce underneath. A bit of a spread push at the moment from Jaegers. They're playing it relatively passive, trying to get some breaches open and take some control. There is so much resistance in terms of utility, not only men on the cash side. So it's going to be tough to move in there, despite the fact the breach is open. A lot of men getting Jacuzzi open. I believe that is wide open by the looks of things. Yes.
Well, Textrolo is going to be roaming around the garage. Maybe, just maybe, I highly doubt it, but a run out on pause would be perfect right now with no teammates around, and that'd be a Zofia off the board, which would be huge, but it's highly unlikely, and it most likely will not happen, so we'll just have to play.
Lying in wait for the right moment to decide to move. And Yase starts things off again with the SMG-11. This man is a machine. And Sino, he's usually the man finished off as the second man to fall for his team. But right now, he steps up. Getting the second kill is an advantage for his team. Tazzy throwing in an adventurous frag grenade to try and take out the player on central stairs. He's smarter than that. Backs down, make sure he is not taken out. Great play from Instinct. But Sino has fallen to pause. Lethal on the Zofia, taking control of Cash.
Well, with Cash being his, that's really going to be a disadvantage for PG Tips, as Fexel's able to clench that headshot.
Oh, and the round was not long either after that. A triple coming out from the defenders, and suddenly swinging it back. That just happened so quickly. I'm really not sure what to make of that. Of course, Jaegers, they had their moments in that round, but I think in terms of kills, it was the defenders the whole way through. That gym defense looking a lot more convincing than some of the others we've seen. A lovely shot from Instinct there, contesting the breach. Of course, you never want to be the man to lose that particular fight, because it's so common to do defense or attack. But there we go. That is 3-2 on the board. And we reattempt. I was interested to see what site we'd be going to, and it's CCTV and Cash.
I have to say, that last round, it all went by like the speed of light. We've seen it maybe down to a 3v2, and then it was just kill after kill, the bloodbath of bunnies just flying around the map.
Supersonic speed.
That's
Gotta go
exactly
fast.
what. Well, they definitely did go, and they really did go fast. So I gotta admit, I thought Jaeger Sports Academy had that last round. I seen them sort of. This is gonna sound so stupid, okay? Have you ever watched the
Go on.
film? Have you ever watched the film Rocky?
No, I haven't actually.
There's
Sorry.
a scene where he like lets the opponent hit him over and over, and he's building up this anger, and then all of a sudden, the anger all comes out, and then his opponent faces the wrath of him.
He used
So-
Bide in Pokemon.
Oh well, there we go. That's pretty much what. I think that's what PG Tips done. They let
Yeah.
Jaeger Esports give them a beating and give them a hard sort of. I'd call it a
think
training.
that was their strategy, but it's certainly what has happened in terms of
Yeah.
the rounds and how it's played out.
Not a strategy, but I
Yeah.
think that's how it's played out. Is what
It's
I
a
what I
very
was meant.
ballsy strategy, to say the least, if that is the case. Right now, a very straightforward strategy, as we've seen every time Cassie and Panda making quick work of this CC wall. And no real contention. Of course, Sinnoh's still bringing the Bandit, which is an interesting pick. Of course, he can do more than just that particular wall. There's not really much reason in this meta to contest that wall. It very rarely stays closed. It's most likely for the construction side, I imagine, as a Bandit. Of course, having a good weapon, being a 3-speed, and a C4 in hand is reason enough, I think. And he does have those sat down on the opposite side.
A bomb has been located.
Well, still 5 players left on each side, but Juice's health is going to be really concerning. But no, he has got the diffuser in hand, so maybe some support on the entry might go a long way, but no really see anyone, but is soon going to be contested by Fexel, but Juice is going to come out victorious. He manages to get the headshot on Fexel, making it a 5v4. That is going to be their Jaeger off the board, but Textrello is probably, hopefully, going to live up to Fexel, sorry, and get some of these kills, which he did not, so really going to be interesting to see how it plays out, mainly because of the strategies and hard push that Jaeger is doing.
What the man advantage is for the attackers, but they got a man down. It's Jewis, I believe. Oh no, he's been finished off by Yase. No time for the revive. Yase getting another key kill with this SMG-11. He's a monster, but he's been shut down. A lovely shot from Panda outside from construction, but two struck back by the defenders. Fantastic play. Panda coming out on top yet again. Paws now pouncing into the site. They have taken cash control. Only Textrello remaining on the Valkyrie. No C4 in hand to delay. So he's going to have to use the MPX. And his position may well be known here. Across from Panda. He's certainly scaring him. Lots of bullets all around. They're going for the wall. Sprays. It's not enough. And Panda finishes the job the way he started it. Strong gunning play on the L85 from him to see his team take a round back. No bounce back in consistent rounds, at least from PG Tips. I keep almost calling them Jaegers. Not Jaegers, sorry, Lexaro. Jaegers take it to 4-2 on the attack at the switch, which, given the current meta, I would say, at least in terms of T4 Siege, as we've been seeing on Clubhouse, I think that's about standard, really, for an attacking half.
Jaeger Esports Academy, they're doing more than standard.
Oh yes, that's certainly true. I'm just talking about in terms of square rounds, statistically. We've seen this a lot of times. Clubhouse starting almost to become attacker-sided in a way. I'm interested to see potentially the stats later on in the season once they're all gathered and seeing how that really unfolds. But now they're on the defense anyway, Jaegers, and if they can keep up this strong form, they'll be very happy. PG Tips, it's kind of similar to Lion's Creed at the moment. Their game last time, in that they had their very strong moments, they contested well, they just lacked that tiny bit of a spark that saw them win out in those crucial moments, and they just can't take enough rounds. Of course, they've had a very, very tough start beginning against Lion's Creed and Jaegers.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Well, I gotta disagree now.
Attackers are heading out.
Jaegers, they did take a loss, but they did get those 4 rounds. And Lions Creed, I have casted them multiple times, and they are an extremely skilled team. So Jaeger's Esports being able to level up 4 rounds, now that is impressive against Lions Creed. So I know I expect a draw because PG Tips also. I've casted a couple of their games, so
A bomb
really.
located.
Oh, I wasn't talking about Jaeger's Lions. I was talking about PG Tips Lions Creed. My mistake.
Oh,
if I said that the wrong way around.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was the last Playday was PG Tips versus Lions Creed, and unfortunately they just couldn't compete the whole way through. And I was just drawing some parallels potentially between that game. They never had that striking comeback that they are certainly capable of doing. Joey starting things off with a great advantage again, taking out Yase. Now he is a big man to take out. So is Jewis as well, a strong supporting player. We know him well at ECS, and he will be wiped off at the start of this round. So 2 key players gone at the beginning of this match, of this round.
2 key players getting wiped out that early isn't really what you'd like to see at all, especially with just over 100 seconds remaining. But Instinct is going to get knocked now, which really is unfortunate, but he's still going to be available for the revive if anyone's going to be able to get it, and yes, he is, but Joey's not going to let him as he rotates in, and he takes Vexel and Instinct, wiping them both off the face of the earth.
Wow, individually strong play from Joey coming around. He knows somebody else will be coming around to find him. Does he know Sinnoh's position? It looks like he does. I mean, he's got a long way to go to the ace, and he's definitely not getting it now. He's been wiped off the board by Texroller. A lovely pinch from the 2 remaining men of PG Tips to make sure that the man is indeed stopped. But now there's only 3 other men to deal with for this push, so quite good. Dropping those corpses down the hatch is a big distraction. It won't distract Tazzy that much, I don't think.
I do not think it will. I completely agree with you.
These are the bronze strategies you hear coming out today. Just throw a corpse at them, they'll go, whoa!
Well, let's not really disrespect bronze, because I come from the family of bronzes. But nowhere near the level of these players, which is why I enjoy waffling about them. But Pause is going to take out Textrello really easy. It's not going to be hard at all, but Sino's going to be going for some tactical. I'm not sure what this is. This tactical reflexes over and over, but
I was kind of setting up for a pun of them dropping down the hatch and also becoming corpses, but it did not happen. He dropped down and there was a bit of a delay first. But nonetheless, they are corpses, and it's another round for Jaegers, starting strongly on their defense to capitalize and move to 5-2. That is a very strong advantage. This is their map, keep that in mind. But still, a clubhouse should never, even if it is your pick, be a particular advantage of a team, because everybody should be pretty well rehearsed here.
Well, Clubhouse is one of those maps, and it's one of those maps where you can either be really good at it, or you can be absolutely dreadful at it. But bear in mind, over 95% of the players of any tier 4 league are actually at the level to play Clubhouse. Now, if you're not good at Clubhouse, in my opinion, you're just not good at Siege. That sounds really cruel, but I don't see a Clubhouse as one of those maps. I can understand Oregon, because you might not be good with being so close together, not really that many different strategies worked up, but Clubhouse it's just so easy to be able to play, and that's the thing I love about this map. It's
Maybe a bronze, Grissom. I'm just joking. I understand your point completely, and it's pretty fair. There's so many different fights you can have. Like, if you don't like the long fights in Garage, you've got other options. If you're a defender, you could go to Construction, you can go to the Staircases, there's all sorts. There is a lot of variety here for everyone to enjoy the way that they want to play. There's a lot of flexibility in that. So, a point well made. And then Panda is going for an aggressive move to see if he can catch anyone off, maybe moving in through the tunnel, but there's nobody to be found, so really much for nothing. Now the lineup here from the attack is very, very standard, and it's pretty much the same on the defense, opting for that mute instead of the bandit, as we saw coming out from PG Tips. I imagine he has jammed up that wall. It's not really going to do much when you've got Sledge and Maverick. So very low effort placed on trying to deny breaches across this match so far. It's just the way that they've decided to play it. Of course, when Jaegers attacked, they used the advantage they have by taking it. Oh. What is this hole? So I've just been distracted by that point. I'd say it's a strange... Oh, they went for the C4 to try and catch off the clearly struggling Maverick. Who is that on the breach? It's Instinct, and he's taken a lot of damage for it. They have managed to get the first kill, though, PG Tips, despite taking that damage, which is on to Panda.
I am so, like...
Look, we're in bronze, Grissom. You're at home.
Thank you very much. It's great to be back seeing some of the great strategies at the home of the bronzes, but hopefully that can improve in the next couple of plays coming up as Joey Table's going to be...
The wall is open.
It is, but eventually, but whether they're able to get into it with this hard defense system they're holding is a completely different story. One thing I really want to pinpoint right now is Paws's position, because he is open.
Oh.
But I was going to say he's open to get shot from multiple angles, but he's going to be able to contest them, taking out two. That's going to be side off the borders. Joey's going to be able, and Tazzy being able to get one. It's all happening so fast.
What a sweep! You were talking about the positioning of the Jaeger down there being exposed, but it means that he's there to pick up the kills, and the rest of the team following suit. And it's a sudden sweep. From losing that first man, they effectively got a flawless from that position, taking out all 5 with no contention. And now they're on match point. A highlight for some brilliant shots from Paws, especially that lovely one. You can see Fexel's bullets just over the head of the Jaeger. And then finishing off, I'm not sure if you're Sinnoh in that position, seeing the Jaeger get a kill. I imagine the call comes out, or you're aware. Just looking away from the garage at that moment, a very strange decision there. A lapse in communication, potentially from PG Tips, sees match point against them now. You can't really see this map going any other way than Jaegers at this point.
Well, death is not the greatest loss in life, but losing a map is, so I really don't see it going anywhere.
Is that a general life message?
That is on my vocabulary sheet, which I have in front of me, which has a lot of great quotes to say if they lose a round.
Is that another one from Whip It?
No, this is actually what Tudos told me to do, and I gotta say, it's really opened my vocabulary.
Is Barn Burner on there as well?
It is not, unfortunately.
I'm very surprised at that. Another thing that you should probably have on your list of things to say is PG Tips, or maybe a bit of a refresher for everyone's memory. Lexaro draw is a very common thing to say, and PG Tips being ex-Lexaro, you know that they can pull out draws. From this position, they will have to. 4 rounds in a row will see them to 6-6 to get themselves a point here on Clubhouse. It's unlikely, but still possible. Paws taking some very early damage, and quite a lot of it. Over by Red. Is he doing an aggressive storage peek, perhaps?
Potentially, but I'm not really sure
Maybe
exactly.
It's a drone hole with the player on top of by the breach, maybe. I'm not sure, but it looks like that is at least one of the ideas for the move that's going to happen from PG Tips. There's a lot of resistance to Jaeger and the Wamai positioned to counter any player who tries to move in from that position. It looks like they've retreated. I thought I saw Sinnoh over there. Oh no, he's over there. What? Maybe he left. I'm not sure. I'm seeing ghosts.
Maybe he went on holiday, but he's going to be back better than ever playing as Ace, which has really been his habitat so far on this split. Being match point, PG Tips are going to have this weight to carry around on their back at all times, that if they lose a single round, that is game over for them. And the win for today will be impossible, but a draw is still pretty much available. But Panda playing as Goyo is really going to be able to find one. That is going to be tricks.
No. That's so close. Oh, Panda, come on. It's just an absolute battle right there between Yase with those frag grenades and Fexel trying to get that refrag, but he doesn't manage to catch the man off. He's droned him out and he's managed to get the kill. He can't do it with the frag grenades, but he's managed to do it with his weapon. He's been refragged though very quickly. A lovely call, and Joey is in there for the refrag. He's refragged himself, and now a very quick push coming from the attackers. Another refrag coming out against the Mav, and now it's suddenly a 1 versus 1. The mute of Tazzy remaining inside a bathroom. Sinnoh, that missing ghost man, floating around outside of the site, ready to, well, he wants to be as sneaky as a ghost and move in unaware to the mute. He has a C4 in hand, but he's not going to have time to use it. He's shut down by the AK-12 and it's pulled back in the 1 versus 1 by Sinnoh. He's not letting this match go. They still hang in with that PG Tips. So many trades that round. I try and say 1 kill and then it's suddenly refragged. Absolute madness. Great attacking play from those attackers. I've got to say, when you have that first man loss and then it's a trade war, you expect to lose generally because that's how it mathematically works out. But they just managed to stay even enough that they could win out that final fight. And Tazzy just didn't have enough guts to see his team through. Now only 3 rounds left. For PG Tips, it certainly could happen.
Well, come hell or high water, PG Tips really can bring this back, but
I can't listen to anything you say now. I'm just seeing this. I'm hearing you, but I'm really hearing 2 doors.
well, he gave me a little homework, okay? just a little. But one thing I really want to pinpoint on right now is the amount of intel tools being used. We did have a Mossy played by Panda, but goes 6th pick out to a Malusi, which really is a wise decision. But having those Evil Eyes and also Black Eyes all located around the map, that is 5 different sources of intel available, plus all of the regular cameras. So there is really no place to hide in this situation, as long as these are positioned in wise areas. But with that in hand, and also not a IQ and Thatcher being banned for PG Tips, then they're really going to have serious troubles with locating these different sources of intel. But that Twitch played by Textrolo, that is also going to open up a lot of opportunities to get rid of those Black Eye cameras, but unfortunately those Evil Eyes will be remained untouched.
It's an interesting lineup from PG Tips. They can certainly accomplish a lot. I love seeing that Buck. Of course, his recoil hasn't been changed on PC, it's just on console. But having that hard breach charge, especially in hand, is very useful. I hope to see a bit more Buck coming out this season. Yase trying to use him well. I think Yase, when he's been alive, has been an absolute menace, but he has struggled on the entry frag so far in this match, and that has been one of his bigger weaknesses. He's just dying a bit too soon for his team to get the best use of his utility. Speaking of, Texrolo, you were praising the Twitch for that utility potentially, but it's wiped off the board straight away.
It really is a shame because that Twitch had so much potential to alert the rest of PG Tips on where these Black Eye cameras are located. But and they do still have sources of intel left on PG Tips, such as drones, but Joey Tables is going to wipe off another source from the Zofia from PG Tips, as Vexel's going to be going from the match currently, but Panda's not even going to waste any time as he gets that headshot on Yeze. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a 5v2 situation, which isn't really leaving any options for PG Tips apart from give it all they have.
Yeah, it is make or break for PG Tips right now in this 2 versus 5. They have so much to do. All the utility still in the hands of the defenders. All the smoke canisters, likely all their intel gathering sources as well. ADSs, everything is against them. 2 frag grenades and 2 smokes potentially to use, but it's going to be tough to get them out. Joey, don't you dare. Don't you dare try and deagle this. He's seen the man. He's going for it. He's going aggressive. He doesn't hit the first shot. It's almost a bit disrespectful, and it could well be finished off on a very disrespectful note with a flawless. Impacts being thrown at Instinct, and the final kill with the Deagle to confirm the flawless. Very, very disrespectful from Joey. What a showing from Jaegers. Clearly enjoying themselves, and they'll be enjoying that first win on the board. at least that they've played so far this season before we go to the second map, Oregon. What a showing from them, despite pretty good resistance, I would say, from PG Tips as well.
Precisely as you said, that was one of the most intense games I've actually seen in a very long time. Both of those teams were as skilled as can be. There really was no ifs, ands, and buts about it, to be completely honest with you, Ebac.
Sometimes I'm right.
Sometimes you are right. I hate to admit it,
Clash
but
best
it's
operator.
true.
Surely
Okay,
right
now that
again.
not. So where was Clash this game then? If she's so great.
I mean, they didn't even need a Jaegers on their defenses. You know, they just did such a good job. It would have been mean to bring the Clash.
Oh really? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Maybe it
It
wasn't
would
because
have
they're gonna
been nice.
slow them down.
I mean, they didn't need to slow them down. Great time efficiency on their defenses, and even on their own attacking, they got the ground very quickly. They made sure that any delaying operators were mostly taken out and dealt with. Then they moved in for that execute. Even once or twice when they had a bit more low time, they still did a very good job on those executes in particular. So Jaegers, they look sharp. Their new additions, their switching of roster, didn't really notice. They look like the good old Jaegers, really. God, I ended that cadence sounding like a primary school teacher. Oh. Yeah, kids.
Well, Jaeger's Academy esports are back, and they are back for good after seeing that game. It's great to watch, honestly, because from our perspective, we see every little bit that goes on, and being able to cast over the amazing plays that they do, which I believe we do have some replays on, if I am correct. We could maybe take a quick look at them, I think. There we go, and we're gonna see them.
Movie magic.
This play in particular was amazing, the headshot that Paul's got.
It was very nice, especially him following it up with a lovely double, and that allowed the team to move in that round very strongly. I think when Jaegers got off on the right foot, they just continued. So often we saw that game when a team got that first kill or two quite quickly, it just didn't stop. As soon as the ball got rolling, it kept going and going. You know, it's a snowball effect. Yeah, that's probably a good analogy for it.
Well, the analogy you have is certainly interesting, but the honest question is, who is your MVP for the map of Clubhouse?
I'm looking around, and there are so many great performances across the team, and it's a debate at the moment because Pause was very noticeably getting entry frags and key doubles, not necessarily going triple crazy like we saw from Joey, pulling out moments of magic and then being a bit quieter across rounds. I think more consistently Pause. I also want to give a shout out to Panda as well for how very, very much, I mean, here's him right now pulling out a wonderful vertical kill there. He had a lot of solo fights in particular, but his team play, especially I noticed working with Joey at various points during that game, he looked like the same Panda we saw last season for Lexaro. Now for the Jaegers, he didn't look much different at all, which is a big credit to him, because sometimes it's really hard to switch, you know, to come into a new team and play the same game that you like to play. So that's a very notable performance that I'm going to have to give it to Pause today, on mostly for that Zofia play in particular.
Well, Ebac, I'm going to disagree with you on that one. I'm going to say that Joey Tables was the light of that game.
Mm-hmm.
All the way from PG Tips. You know, his SMG-11 skill, like that alone, never mind any other weapon, was out of this world. He was hitting shot
Oh, you mean
after
Yase?
shot. No, that was Joey Tables.
Was it?
He had a lot of
Okay.
SMG-11 shots.
I think they both got quite a lot of SMG-11 kills, to be fair. Yase does
They
that all
did.
the time.
Yeze did get quite a lot, but unfortunately, I do think that Joey Tables, the way he was able to clutch quite a lot of rounds, well, I say clutch, finish off the rounds more like, because there was a lot of PG Tips remaining in the fight. Yeah, he was from PG Tips. I had to confirm that. But with the round with that map closing in, I do think that it is time for us to take a short break, and then we will be back straight after for the second map, where we will be going to a map we have never seen before, Oregon.
Ooh.
But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 5 to 10 minutes with the second map of this evening. Go take a drink, go grab some popcorn, because I guarantee you this map is going to be very exciting, considering we've never seen it before.
You pull me up and I put you down. You gave me love, then I stole your crown. You let me in, then I pushed you out. Pushed you out, pushed you out. Come let me make up for all these pain. I've been a mess, tied by all these chains. Open my eyes, now I finally see. Set the key, yeah. Can we be free? You pull me up,
searching for some sunshine. Just need one ray through the dark skies. I gotta look for the bright side. I know we're gonna be alright. I know we're gonna be alright.
So unfortunately, we were both muted on the cast and we were unaware of it.
Oh no!
There is
Oh,
a
I asked to
reason
be
for-
reminded. Noah, you've let me down. You've let me down. Oh,
Uh,
sadness. Also my mistake in general.
and mine.
Oh well, wasn't me. Ah, sure it wasn't. Sure. You absolve yourself of that blame. Anyway, we move on into Oregon. So, what did you miss? Grissom, wrap what we just said nice and quick.
Okay. So the Ying band that was coming out by Jaeger Esports Academy against PG Tips is a big thing because that was used in their favor in their game against Lions Creed. So that's the reason that was gone sort of an early ban, and also the other bans that were unfortunately placed on several operators were quite common bans, such as Mirror, Kaid, and also Thatcher. So all sort of common operator bans that have been removed from the pool of operators left in this brawl today. And going up to
What
the...
kind of rap was that? It didn't even rhyme.
Wait, huh?
What kind of rap doesn't rhyme?
I'm sorry.
I'm just joking. But yes, some very good points made across the board. I'm gonna say it yet again because I said that Jaegers would target ban the Ying on Oregon for BG Tips, and they did. So I'm a genius. I am always right today. So I'm going to make a prediction and say that PG Tips, they're going to come back nice and strong on this particular match. Mark my words. They brought the Zero along, which is lovely to see. This is the first time I think I've ever seen him in a competitive aspect. So that's fantastic to see. Less fantastic, Vexel on the Blackbeard. A little bit abusive there to win some window fights especially. He's headed right over to the Large Storm's window to make his shield known to the opposition.
Well, straight away, this Zero camera going straight into Kids' dorms. That's going to give a lot of intel to the rest of PG Tips on their attacking phase, whereas Jaeger Sports have just managed to figure out where that is, that very smart pause. So that's already going to be one source of intel for PG Tips off the board, but also, I wouldn't really say a sort of intel for them because they didn't really find out anything apart from where pause was. But let's be honest, camping behind that bed is sort of the most obvious place to camp in this objective.
Yeah, it's not going to tell them anything unique. He did manage to net an ADS with his little zapping majig, so that's always quite useful on that window, so that those stun grenades from the Blackbeard could be extra useful on top of his strong weaponry. Speaking of strong weaponry, Texrolo starting things off, but he's refragged quickly. Lovely adjustment from Panda, again working well with his team. But the plant's going down in the meantime. Sinnoh gets a kill, and in support of the plant, another kill takes place. Vexel getting the better of Pause. 4 versus 2 now for the attackers of PG Tips to start things off strong on this round. What can Panda do in response?
I have no idea at all. He's sort of left between a rock and a hard place as he goes down. It's now going to be leaving Joey Tables left on his own, but soon to be taken out by Vexel playing as Blackbeard with that glorious headshot in the first round.
Amazing use of utility throughout that round from the attackers, and great use of them and just teamwork, being in the right positions, being there potentially for a refrag. They didn't really need it too much because they got so many kills individually. Great use of their operators. And they started off with a lovely running start. Of course, they won last time on their first defense of Clubhouse, and then proceeded to lose a lot of rounds after that. So still a bit of a debate. You know, you said as earlier, I believe you said something about the first round not really counting a lot of the time. It's a bit of a throwaway. PG Tips will be hoping that is not the case. And I want to make my prediction come true because I've been right about absolutely everything today. And it's going to continue. They brought the Blitz!
At last. The Blitz being brought into play. But today is something that, I'm going to be honest, I have been so excited to see some sort of shield operators being used because...
Yeah, boy.
I always see Montagny being banned. Blitz just doesn't get used. It's...
Montagny.
What do you call him?
Montagny and Blights. My favourite operator.
What do you call Montagny then?
Well, it's always a bit of a myth because you'd never want to call him like the Montagny as French. I'd generally say like I don't know, Monty. Just keep it nice and short and simple.
Well, I used
Anglicize it, you know.
I used to get told off by a different league for calling him Monty because it's not a real. Yeah, I used to cast for a console league a long time ago, and I wasn't allowed to use any short names for operators. So.
Okay, well, I'm just going to shorten all the names of the operators, but it's going to be very difficult when I'm looking at Texrolo because it'll be
Oh no, going over to Malusi, it's just meh.
Yeah. Meh. Sorry, that took me a minute. I thought you were saying that the choice of him going to Malusi was meh.
No.
I completely blanked on that. It doesn't matter. At the early round, we can see the Nomad taking some early control of Armory, which has not been contested at all by those defenders. Jaegers, they've opted for a decent amount of turtleage so far this game. And it's been working out for them, so why really change it? PG Tips taking the early ground and getting those jabs down to make sure that that position is nice and solid. Blitz has been noted by a little cheeky camera there. Pause, his intel coming into strong use. They are aware of the Ace and the Blights moving in from this position. They are also aware of the utility they will be facing. Of course, they'll expect some of those common operators, such as the smoke. It doesn't seem like they anticipate the player underneath, though. It's Joey with a simple C4, I almost said 3-4, C4 kill from underneath, taking out Instinct. A great start for those defenders. They've got the intel on those players' positions. Great play here, alongside Pause, of course, with the Valkyrie cam. Now there's a lot for PG Tips to do. Of course, they've secured some ground, but they've got to use it. And right now, they're not offering very much.
Well, right on here, because this is really just going to be action after action, but Sino's going to be soon taking out Joey with that marvelous headshot in his inventory of plays for today, but Fexel's going to be all on his lonesome left in the walk-in area, but he has no other way out. Of course, he can just turn around and easily walk away, but he's really got nowhere to go if a nitro cell is going to be thrown into there, but he is going to contest it back with some of these smoke grenades, but soon to get hit by that, by actual smoke grenades, which are going to do a lot more than that. But Tessie is saying goodbye to Yezi. Juhis is going to get Fexel with that smoke grenade like I predicted, and it's now going to be a 4v1. Sino's all by his lonesome.
Tassie finishes the job. A lovely smoke bang from him earlier with the older. Unfortunately, not working out for those attackers that time. Jaeger's a great adjustment from losing on that site. They went for the repeat. They switched their operators slightly. They switched their plan, and it worked fantastically. The amount of intel really wasn't combated, I think, throughout the round. It was not clear that most of that had been taken out. And look, it's our good friend Mon.
Oh, good old Mon back in the fight. Well, the replays of that round really were impressive, but with this pre-fire Maestro shot, before he even looked down his sight, he already started his spray. And that is something we really want to see. Well, absolutely want to see. Especially on the map of Oregon, because as I said at the start, Oregon is like a really tight packed together map, and I sort of see this map like sort of split into two basically. This map is, it's got, how do I describe it? It's got its downstairs, which is all linked to sort of the area just below kids' dorms, and then there's the tower area, which is a sort of add-on bit, and also that, trying to think about what that area is called. It's not near.
I'm just gonna let you struggle.
You're just gonna let me. You're not gonna help. Okay, it is where the living room is. It's the area just next to living room, and that area is a sort of an add-on bit. I sort of think of it like EA. You have to pay like 30 Great British pounds to be able to unlock the section of the map because there are no objectives over there. So it's really just a place to walk through and push. Here we go. Joey's just demonstrating for me what I'm talking about. This little area with no use at all. If Oregon is lucky enough to get another rework, then I really hope we say goodbye to this and maybe just expand the map as a whole. But I like Oregon. It is just stupid.
Okay, well, some hot takes coming out there. Not too hot. People do dislike Oregon. Everyone's a little bit bored of it. But you know what? This game, so far, very exciting. Back to 1-1 yet again. Jaeger's Esports, they pulled it back to the 1-1 last time and then mounted. I think they got to the 3-1 position before it was then contested and then moved on really strong for the rest of the game. PG Chips, they want to keep it up right at the beginning. Bring themselves an advantage on this basement attack would be fantastic. They need that, I think, that mental edge, because especially against Lions Creed we saw and that first map of Jaeger's, when they were down in number, they were down in rounds, they really struggled to pull themselves back, which is not something we're used to seeing from PG Tips. Last season they were very good at doing that, and this season they look a bit wobbly in comparison to Monty exposing his back to Joey, but he's not taken out. He is now, as he goes a bit more aggressive towards the Melusi, somehow missing the knife, but she gets the kill in the end, and Paws gets the first kill over to Bunk, I believe, and he's still holding that ground to try and make sure he does not lose control. Very little pressure put on by PG Tips in general. Panda has been taken out, I believe, from north, outside of Supply Corridor. It's not looking fantastic for PG Tips yet, especially as they lose another man and two men on top of that. Joey still allowed to persist at the top of the tower, and Yasse's the only man remaining. He gets one onto Jewis. He has a lot more men to deal with after that. There's another 3.
Well, that really is going to be an impressive round indeed. Joey with that 2K in the middle of the round, wiping down the team slowly and slowly But Pause is also going to come in with the finishing headshot, which really was something you love to see. But Joey, as you can see there, it was actually a 3K altogether, but that mid-game 2K in a row, it's really something we love
Credit
to see.
to him. Credit to him, certainly, for taking the kills, but they were quite lightly given to him. A very small amount of pressure on his position. Of course, that is the main spot you want to make sure is secure if you're attacking rear stage nice and early on. Make sure that the top is not exposed. And one player allowed to sit up there, nip his head down and take you out one by one, especially when there's a Monty there initially, is a bit of a misplay from PG Tips. And that single engagement, really, that single player sitting in the tower, cost them almost the entire round, really, especially in terms of losing 3 men in one single spot. Now we go to kitchen and dining as a site, opting for that over meeting, so we won't be seeing any Castle still. A big absence from him so far this game. Opting instead for the Alibi, who, of course, is not really a surprise anymore. I think at various points in previous seasons we've said Alibi, that's a bit odd, that's something a bit different. Nowadays, it's so regular because she's so versatile. I do love that word, and I do love Alibi. She's versatile.
Versatile. I've never heard the word versatile ever before. Can you maybe
What?
define the word versatile?
You've never heard the word versatile?
Never.
Okay. Noah knows. He's not. Anyway. No, it's able to do lots of things. You know, he's so much utility, whether it's the deployable shield, the great weaponry, the speed, the prismas, just capable of doing so much in one operator. And of course, having those impacts as a secondary option, just in case you don't want the shield as well. She can do whatever you need her to do. She can fill almost any role. And Joey, given how strong he's been so far today, probably will be using her to very strong effect, or at least he'll be hoping so.
Just echoing what you said about Joey, he has really been sort of bringing it for Jaeger Esports Academy. If we look at just the left-hand side kills, we can see we're only on the 4th round, going into the 4th round. And Joey is already on 5 kills and 1 assist, which is really impressive. But PG Tips are already actually inside the building, close to the objective, so like I said, this little irrelevant piece of land is soon to be brought into action as Pause catches the head of Yeze. That's going to be a 5v4 situation now, wiping him off the board. There's plenty more of action still to come, and I'm just going to call this the irrelevant area. With Joey Tables, like you said, that versatile, I used the word, versatile usage of Alibi being brought into play as he manages to catch the head of Fexel, wiping him off the board, now drawing it down to a 5v3. But the run out maybe is, well, not really a run out, running back to his cover is maybe going to come out from instinct. But he does do it, and it is a very wise choice as he just got caught on the back by one of those pesky Jaeger Esports Academy players. But Sino's just going to be hard camping these stairs with obviously Instinct and Trexello just both relaxing up on their high horse just above the attic.
So many pre-fires come out from Sino, just desperately looking for a wild headshot. And he gets a lot of damage onto Jewis, which will certainly help when it comes to the move. But with only 30 seconds left and a serious man disadvantage, as well as the utility that they've got lined up against them, it's going to be a tough job from here. And they've split up. Tex Rolo takes out Tazzy to help with that single side push, and he equalizes the man count! Surprisingly, just before this execute, and now the breach is open. A plant could certainly take place from Instinct, but he's isolated, I believe, by himself, pushing from the other side, if I'm not correct. And a double refrag coming out from Jaeger's Esports will see them with a huge advantage. The final kill being confirmed by Jewis on the smoke. So close. A great effort from the Twitch there to try and bring the round back, but it was pretty much done before that 30-second mark by the early work, again, of Joey and Pause. Now, Pause, last season for Jaegers during the league season, wasn't the sort of player I'd assume as necessarily an entry fragger. It seems that's what he's playing as at the moment, to great effect. Of course, Yes, sorry. Within his team, he was like the middle player in terms of kills and KD and his kind of style. He was the middle of the team man, quite flexible but able to support as well. Seeing him step forward into this fragging role, despite the fact that he's got Panda on his team and numerous others, it's really nice to see. So great play from Paws in particular. I think his kills so far, especially on Clubhouse, have been the moments that rounds have turned.
His plays are nothing short of immaculate, to be honest. There's no fail.
Immaculate but not versatile. What about pugnacious, actually? Do you know that word?
I'm still in school, and you're using
Fair
words
enough.
like a
Des
scholarship.
was right. You're right, Des. Nobody knows the word pugnacious.
Pugnacious.
Fair enough.
Could you expand?
It doesn't matter. It just means like people like whacking each other like, back and forth. So anyway, Jaeger's 3-1, trying to make it not particularly pugnacious, I suppose, at the moment. They're trying to get this lead even further. Of course, we're seeing a bit of a repeat in terms of how... I think we're just seeing an exact round repeat, actually, to Clubhouse and what we saw then. Oh, and Panda trying to swing things in his team's favour by getting a nice early pick onto the ace, especially. So that's one hard breacher off. It's only Instinct now with the capability to do that. On a top floor attack, you want to get a lot of things open, and that's not going to help them.
It's really not going to help them at all. Just echoing what you're saying, it's going to be quite hard for PG Tips to push in. Now that Jaeger Esports have that tight sort of formation held, it's like that barricade and reinforcements is just set up waiting for someone from PG Tips to even make a move, just for Jaeger Esports to come back at them faster than ever. But Trex Doll's just going to be breaking this window into the attic, but not really going to be doing any damage at all. So no one's going to be contesting him just yet, but rest assured, if he's going to try to jump through this window, his days will soon be numbered. But I'm not sure if it's going to happen at all. It's kind of just watching side angle. He manages to take a lot of damage off Trex Doll, but Joey Tables just goes for the run out and manages to take him out of the fight there. An amazing run out by Joey Tables. It's going to be a 5v3 now in favor of Jaeger Esports. PG Tips are going to have to do a lot to be able to pull back the damage that Jaeger Esports Academy have already done, as Fexel and Yeze are just going to be camping at the top of the attic area. Joey Tables is just going to be on the other side, so really it's not, well, actually it's going to be Panda, as Joey Tables is underneath waiting for some sort of action to occur. So
Panda making his way out of there, just crawling on past, making sure that that position is nice and safe. Jewis picking up a kill onto Fexel. Across to Trophy is fantastic, and Panda now on the opposite side of that particular peak gets the advantage onto Instinct and takes out his head as well, leaving only Yase, the remaining man. We had a lot of praise for him on Clubhouse, yet to step up so far on this map of Oregon. And he's got a lot to do from this position as the last man with 30 seconds left. He's in his first engagement, and he wins it out against Panda. That is 1 of 5. But he's going to run straight into the crosshairs of Joey, finishing off again with style. First time it was the Deagle, and this time he finishes off the round with the RG-15. Even more memeable, given its damage output.
Well, right now, just completely closing my notes. I'm not even going to look at them. The way that Jaeger Esports Academy have played so far this game is absolutely incredible. Now, I just want to sort of focus on one sort of theory that has came to light.
A game theory.
Oh, yeah. Jaeger Esports Academy lost their first round to PG Tips on the map of Oregon. And then they strived forward and got it all the way up to 3. And then I believe the score also changed to 4-2, which is looking very, very close to what we currently have on the board today. So I was expecting that Clubhouse and Oregon would be completely different in scores, because as I said, I'll echo it again, Jaeger Esports Academy going on Clubhouse, I believe they picked that map, is that correct?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, so going to the map that they picked, that is a map which is all about skill. You need to have good skill to be able to play Clubhouse, whereas Oregon is unpredictable. And as Whippet said, this is where good teams go to die.
10 seconds.
So, actually...
Fexel doesn't like Whippet, so he's given up. Can't blame him, really.
Well,
Attack
Whippet, that's what
I'm
Fexel
just
thinks he
joking.
quotes.
Just a chin wag. We love you, Whippet. Yeah, I mean, still, the older has time to sing. Max, did you intentionally look at Tazzy at that exact moment? I'm not sure if that was an intentional reference or just because he is peeking towards Bunk. But it's a good advantage for Jaegers Esports. They could well take it to 5-1. And it looks like, given that they already had the man advantage, they've got another one with an aggressive peek from Joey. This man is going insane. It was debatable to him and Pause on the last map, but so far in this match, he's going 10-2, and it's not even at the switch yet. A huge man advantage and round advantage that looks like it could well increase here from Jaegers.
The score can only really increase. For obvious siege, no, it cannot.
Wait, what?
The score can only increase, but I was meant to add on there, hopefully in the favor of PG tips. Obvious siege knowledge that the score cannot go down. Maybe that should be added in, like if you get a flawless, the other team will lose a point. I don't know, that sounds so stupid now that I think about it, but Instinct is definitely not going to be thinking stupid at all. He clutches that headshot onto Panda, wiping him off the face of the earth. That's going to be lowering it down to a 3v2 as Instinct and Sino are going to be the only two players remaining for PG Tips, but Jaeger Esports Academy better believe that they are prepared for their push. It's going to be a close round indeed.
It's a nice little strike back. They brought the man count quite close. Momentarily, at least a refrag takes place from Sino, getting the better of Joey. So that key man being shut down. It's the lower fragging players so far in this match of Jewis and Tazzy. But they are not low in terms of utility. As we've spoken about so much this game, great use of utility across the board, even from PG Tips, defense or attack. 3 smoke canisters, 2 Evil Eyes, I believe, still in play. Sino has so much to deal with, especially given that man disadvantage. All they've got to do is hold a nice crossfire and be ready for the angle that he's coming in from. And they don't have necessarily the intel op, such as the Valkyrie, to know 100% where he'd be coming from. But that Melusi, that Banshee right in front, will now give his position away. I'm sure they will be hearing that and adjusting accordingly. There comes the smoke canister. He's going to persist in the smoke. Sino? What? Why? I mean, he wanted to get rid of the Banshee and then tried to push on through it rather than going back. And it's... At least he strikes back quite comedically in the chat. But he won't be laughing. The rest of his team will not be laughing at the scoreboard. A 5-1 advantage. Of course, defense of Oregon. It's a 50-50, I think, overall at the moment. Attack and defense. Probably a 3-all is more of an expected result nowadays. But 5-1 looking incredible for Jaegers. They could well be headed to 6 points today. Only 2 rounds more. And they will be super big winners here today.
This is sort of reminding me of PG Tips game with Lions Creed, but in the other way round, because their first game, they went 7-4, which is very close to what the result of the first game was. But unfortunately, PG Tips did lose, which again is a repeat of the first game. But in their first game of the Lions Creed match, they did play 7-2, which is looking very similar. Well, it could be very similar to what we have. So if that's going to be a repeat of what's happened with Lions Creed recently, just sort of the only change being that the games have swapped around, then they will really need to change their plan of action, because there's a lot which needs to be done so far this game. So really just curious to see how it's actually going to be played, especially with the Frost and the Ella coming into play for PG Tips. I can
certainly a rough start from them in general.
Yeah.
It's a good point that you bring up that Frost, and that PG Tips bring her out. Some very cheeky mat spots put around those pog mats as people have started to call them quite horrendously. But you know what, I'll join you for once. They're pogmats, and we've got one hidden behind that master bed for any player who's jumping past. Could certainly catch them off if they drone it out, and unless you see the frost and are actively looking for those mats everywhere, you're not really gonna see it, and Tex Rolo is not gonna see tomorrow. Shut down by Tazzy with a lovely frag grenade clearing the top of North Tower, a problem area for PG Tips. Earlier we were talking about the roam from Joey up there on a basement defense where he got 3 of them. They will not make the similar mistakes, Jaeger's Esports, on this top floor attack.
Well, Jaeger Esports, they're just working their way through very slowly. They're opening up some drone holes from this big tower into the attic, which is, you know, kind of common occurrence, especially when you have got a Maverick right next to you in Paul's case. So shooting through these concussion mines is really going to be useful for Jaeger Esports, but, well, I wouldn't really say not useful for PG Tips because it's done nothing apart from maybe destroy a frost mat, but one thing I do want to point out, because I haven't actually noticed it, I was completely distracted on what was happening up in the attic, because we have actually lost Textrolo and Fexel so far this round, which is really not looking good in their favor at all. So with Sino playing in the Kid Storms, maybe going to be able to get some, but he doesn't. It's going to be Tazzy getting the headshot on him, which isn't looking good at all. Yazzy's going to get the headshot and the refrag on pause, and then finish out the round once again with the pistol. That is a double pistol kill, I believe. That it was a double pistol kill.
Wow, Tazzy, absolutely fantastic at the end of that round, getting a very strong triple. The combination of the pistol and the M4. Really enjoying Maverick's selection of weaponry and his versatility as an operator to get good control, not just with the frag grenades, also just all across really. He used every aspect of Maverick in that round quite successfully to get control of Attic and then get control of the opposition to win another round, putting them onto match point. Now, we saw this position come out last time on Clubhouse, which was Jaeger's map. And there was a little bit of a fight back, but only for one round, and then it was a flawless. And given how this game has gone so far, PG Tips are going to be in their lowest possible point, not just mathematically, but mentally right now, having been beaten down here on their own map pick. They're bringing out some slightly different potential operators, mostly that main focus being on Tex Rolo with the Oryx. So he could be a bit of a menace on that room. He's struggled to really reach his fragging potential here today compared to his usual antics we saw from him at the end of last season.
It's really been an intense series of rounds so far on this map. All I can hope is that PG Tips give it all they have and are able to pull back the rest of this game. The likelihood of it is probably about 1 out of 10, probably 0.5 out of 10. We'll probably be going into negative numbers actually, but they do still have that potential. Jaeger Esports have so far claimed themselves to be victorious, dragging themselves a lot of rounds, but they're actually just going to be giving it all they have on this push, but it's not going to be going well for them at all. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath. There's too much action to even count right now. Joey Tables is going to be the only person left on the board as pretty much all of Jaeger Esports are removed, but the Yazzie is going to come out. Oh, I'm speechless. Okay, I'm speechless.
Well, Jaeger's, I mean, it's a relatively admirable strategy in going for the surprise rush to try and take from match point, given that they haven't tried a strategy like that so far this game. It's always a decent move, but at the same time, a strong team like PG Tips, I think that highlights especially how strong they are as a team in that they won't get caught off by potentially silly moves like that. They are always prepared, despite the fact that they've been very hard done by today. I almost kind of feel sorry for them in a way, because they've played two very, very strong teams so far this season, and they've always contested. That is the key point. They have been overrun once or twice. They have been simply outplayed in occasional rounds. but a large majority of the time, they always put up a very good fight. And against lower opposition in the major division, which there aren't too many lower teams because they're all pretty good. But against some of the other teams in this division, they will certainly look much stronger, and they've got to take it from this point and really put those games behind them and move on. And they've still got time here. They've still got the potential to win those 5 rounds in a row to bring it back for a draw. It could happen, but it's looking very, very unlikely, unfortunately, for PG Tips, and it'll be a rough start to the season with 0 points from 4 maps in total. Jaegers will be very happy, though, to take... Well, they've certainly got 9 on the board, and... Well, actually, no, to be fair, they've certainly got 10 on the board, because they will at least draw. They will want that 12, certainly.
They absolutely will. They will be hungry for it. So... I don't really see PG Tips being able to pull it back. We did see last round, as actually Instincts watching Spawn Peak, but unable to get it. We did see last round, but it wasn't really that impressive. It was just Jaeger Esports going for a hot hatch drop, and quite frankly being idiotic about it, and they did lose, but I might have spoke too soon, as Instinct is going to be contesting Joey, but Joey is going to be too smart enough to contest that and rotates into the cluster, and maybe can actually push up on the staircase, because one thing I have noticed is there is little to no roamers on the floor that he is on, so he has an easy passage to the stairs where he could just rotate up. But actually he catches Yaze, who's going to be rotating around getting the headshot, which is very hard, especially when they're roaming down, but the ice charges are most likely going to go on, but Juhis is going to get the not the refrag, another frag on Fextel, wiping him off the board as well. This could be the game for Jaeger Esports.
It's certainly looking like it, a 5 versus 3 for Jaegers on their attack. A strong man advantage and so many rounds, which will certainly help them out. But Tex Rolo, he's on very, very low health, having numerous fights. Instinct showing up, getting 2, equalizing the man count. PG Tips are not done yet. Fantastic play from Instinct, stepping up, but he stepped down. Tazzy getting the better of him again. He is very much enjoying the Maverick on this attack so far. Sino goes for a C4 onto that very man, but only takes out a good chunk of health, not finishing the man himself. Texero is still running through walls, lowering his health even further. It's going to be very tough for him at the end of this round in these fights, especially when Sino is down. He's the final man. He gets the Maverick of Tazzy. It's 2 more men to go, and the plant is being stuck. Can he get potentially round there in time? No, he has no time to do that at all. It will be a post-plant or nothing for PG Tips. All in the hands of Tex Rolo to pull out a magical 1 versus 3, and he cannot do it. Jewis finishing the job with the bearing 9. And a well-deserved double win today. All 6 points in the hands of your current league leaders, Jaegers Esports.
Jaeger Esports Academy, well, they were not the league leaders before tonight. It was actually RCTech who was on the top of the leaderboard, but I have a feeling that they will be advancing straight up there after witnessing this game. But it really was an amazing game. Some of the strategies, some of the metas, pretty much all of their knowledge was put together in this map to create one big bloodbath and brawl all around. As I said, this tight, packed together map that Oregon is, the disgrace of whatever anyone wants to call it. But it was an amazing game.
It was great fun, I think, all the way through, because we saw some incredible plays from Jaegers just in general across both maps, and PG Tips had their moments as well, and it was well contested enough where it's not a full-on sweep and it's just boring to watch because it's one team dominating the other. It was clearly 2 very strong major division teams, one just a bit better on the day in the end, and they will take all the points, which is really, really great to see for Jaegers, given that they had a very good start last season as well, keep in mind, and then just dropped off a little in form towards the end of the season, and they're off to a strong start again. Can they keep it up this time? I think both of these teams, I was thinking before the game, would probably want to be aiming for the semi-finals in the playoffs at the end of the season. These are some of the top teams we've seen. Of course, Jaegers didn't quite make it there, but given what we've just seen now, I'm almost thinking it might be the other way round at the moment. Of course, a long way to go.
It definitely is a long way to go. We've got about 3 months until we're even close to that stage. But I entirely agree with you. I am expecting to see Jaeger's Esports Academy in the playoff stage and potentially even make their way up to the finals. It is a very long way away. And one thing that, I'm echoing from you, and I've also noticed my name is missing. Do I just not exist anymore? But
We just don't like you.
they just
That's
don't
why.
like me. Thank you, producers. I really appreciate it. But Jaeger's Esports Academy, they're an academy and they're in the major division at the top of it, whereas Jaeger's Esports, their actual wrestler, is in the open division, quite far below, not near the top of the standings. So that's really something just to...
It's just how this league works, because you got to kind of come up. And Jaegers have been here for a while already as the academy, and then they go, why don't we put our other team in? And then it's going to take a while to sort itself out. So it is a bit funny. But yeah, there we go. Jaegers, great job. PG tips. They're going to be having some harsh chats with themselves. They've got to have a big discussion about what they can do. Of course, the next couple of games look a bit nicer for them generally. Oh, there you go. You have a name. But they do have, I think, still quite a few positives to take from these games anyway. They just need to be a bit less... They need to refrag more. I think that's probably one of the base levels, is that we're praising Jaegers for going on a roll. Like, get a kill, then another kill, and another kill. And they built on from there, which helped them with so many flawless rounds. A simple refrag or two from a key position, being close to the other players and working together on those calls from deaths, can at least keep it a lot closer for longer in the round, that you can pull out clutch moments and it be a bit better overall. So potentially some work to be done in that area for PG tips. Anyway, we're going to be going to a short break, because next up we have Karlstad Kings up against Lions Creed, and dear me, that's going to be so intense. In, I think, a similar vein to how this game has been. So I will be there. I will see you there with two doors. But for now, we're going to say goodbye to Grissom. So Grissom, why don't you say goodbye to everyone and sign us out?
Well, it's been an amazing game to cast, but Two Doors is even better how do I word this? Two Doors is even better of a caster, so look forward.
Come on. Did he tell you? Is that on your list of things he told you to say? That's a bit mean of him.
No.
No way.
No, clicks off it.
I have written here, yeah, like Two Doors is better than me. Yeah, it's just everywhere.
Two Doors best. Who wrote this? No, he really is a great caster, and it is going to be even better to see Ebek and Two Doors cast the next game, which I'm not sure who it actually is. It's don't help me. Don't help me. It's gonna be okay. Karlstad Kings versus Lions Creed. I wonder who's... I found that out all by myself, okay?
Yes, you did.
All
yes,
by
you
myself.
Did. Nobody told you.
No one told me at all. But I've been Grissom. I'll be signing off for tonight. Ebek will see you back here in about 10 minutes. But without further ado, thank you for letting me cast, and good night.
could change your mind, yeah. Don't want to intimidate, but more than just conversate. Don't want it to be too late, yeah. Know that I'm not usually your type, darling. There's no need to be shy. See the curiosity in your eyes. Come a little closer, babe. I don't bite. You've been getting on my good side, and it's something that I can't hide, yeah. When I'm with you, I'm tongue-tied. I know you're not that dramatic, but I'm out of you, I'm an addict. I can't get enough, and I know that I'm not usually your type, darling. There's no need to be shy. See the curiosity in your eyes. Come a little closer, babe. I don't bite.
Keep everything that spills out of the dark locked up behind your lips. It's blooming out of nothing but a thought, like secrets that slowly slip. Shadow in the spotlight, no stars inside, chasing the daylight. If you don't care, I don't care. We're out after midnight.
got to let it go, baby. You got to let it go. You got to let it go, baby. You got to let it go. Got to let it go, baby. You got to let it go. You got to let it go, baby. You got to let it go. Got something to say to lovers turn to strangers, but they stay fools. I'll break the chains, take the pain to save you, save you. Baby, I've been high and low. All the feelings I won't show. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off alone. Pretty little fears I got, second guessing every shot. I won't lie, no I won't lie. I'm free but now I'm lost. Freedom comes at a cost. I won't lie, not this time. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better
Starshine into the night, wide-eyed and underexposure. Tonight, our hearts align, faster than light. Rocket level 1. Engaging FTL drive.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back! Grissom changed, he turned into 2 doors. And doesn't he look fabulous with that new haircut?
Yeah, not only that, I got myself a haircut, but I have also managed to grow myself a competent beard within the span of roughly 20 minutes. So, massive change up. Also,
Yeah.
I've hit puberty, and now I have an actual really, really deep voice, which should,
Great.
actually
We should
make
give some
everyone's
tips
viewing
to Barn
experience that
Owl.
much more nicer at home.
Give some tips to Barn Owl on how to do that. He'll probably appreciate it.
I don't know. I honestly can't think of anything that wouldn't be directly related to any sponsorships which we are currently not partnered with. So, yeah, nothing comes to mind, unfortunately.
All right, well, we have Karlstad Kings up against Lions Creed here.
Yeah.
What a great lineup. I was talking quite a bit during the last match about Lions Creed and their particular first game with PG Tips.
Yeah.
If you did watch that last game just then and you didn't see the last Lions Creed game, imagine Jaeger's Lions Creed, and that was pretty much the same sort of game that we just saw then against PG Tips. Of course, I think on Cafe instead of instead of Oregon, but very, very similar in general. Lions Creed looked absolutely fantastic. I drew comparisons between multiple players. I had a bit of a focus on encryptions. At least I planned to at the start of the game last time, but he was outdone, at least in terms of rating, if we can get the stats up, by the entire rest of his team. Of course, he did a pretty fine job with that one rating, but the rest of the team was absolutely mad, especially aces coming out from Verns and Tombs. Tombs being my man of the day.
It was actually Karyudo who managed to get himself an ace last week. That was up against, they played PG Tips last week, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that was, I believe, on Oregon during their attack. We had Karyudo in one of the rounds. It was a basement attack on Oregon in which he managed to actually pick up a kill very, very early into the round. So, the man advantage was already in Lions Creed's favor, but then Karyudo, he did the unthinkable. He dropped down the freezer hatch from server, from security, and managed to pick up 4 remaining members on the side of PG Tips to actually turn it into an ace within the span of like 15 seconds or something. So it's definitely really, really safe to say that every single one of the players on Lions Creed gave us something to be really, really excited about last week. They were all carrying their own weight. They all stepped up to the plate when it needed most, and they were properly rewarded for doing so as well.
Yeah, I praised Tombs' Ying play as well,
was
and
phenomenal.
that was fantastic on Cafe. So, hoping we see something of similar variety today. Their opposition Jet Ski Boys. Now, were you casting that game last time out?
I can't. I'm not exactly sure. Carl said they played against Arctic in their opening matchup for the major division, and unfortunately, I think that match was rescheduled. It was played on Friday, so that's why it wasn't necessarily broadcast, because it wasn't on a live stream day. But either way, we can talk about both teams' performances. Karlstad, they played Arctic on Villa as well as Clubhouse last week, and each one of the two teams, they won a map each. We had Arctic winning map number 1 with a scoreline of 7-4, and then Clubhouse went the favor of Karlstad in a 7-3 fashion. So it's safe to say that Karlstad, they managed to claim more rounds in general, but both squads, they walked away with 3 points each.
Well, an admirable performance from them. Obviously, former Jet Ski Boys. I believe I'm not wrong on that. And Jet Ski Boys, I think they were... Sorry?
You aren't wrong. It is...
Okay, I aren't. I aren't wrong. Great.
You are.
Well, the former Jet Ski Boys, of course, last season, I think they were a bit hard done, but I think they were one of those teams that were surprisingly easy to overlook throughout the season, because they dipped in and around those top positions and then just finished off the top spot. They got all the way through to the semi-final for free, and then they played Shreks and Hobbits. So they lost naturally, because Shreks and Hobbits are just absolute demons. And then we just didn't see much of them for a very long time. So they're kind of rather forgettable, but a lot of the players on their roster not very forgettable, especially Rengus was a key player for them last season, especially. Is he on the lineup? Did I just see him then, or is he not?
No, I think you must be seeing things. I don't think Rengus is actually on the roster this time around, sadly.
Big loss.
Yeah, that is an F indeed. I'm actually just scrolling to quickly find... no, so on the side of Karlstad, Rengus is not part of the active roster from what I've seen thus far. We've got Cobra, BLZC, Spike, Washington, Fluvio. Fluvio, one of the core members of that former Jet Ski Boys roster. He's just been plowing his way through. He's remained constant, but enough chit-chat about the actual rosters themselves. Let's go ahead and dive into the map ends and find out exactly where we'll be visiting. So, running through these relatively quickly, all of the exciting maps are not going to see the light of day, unfortunately, so we're stuck with Oregon and Clubhouse.
Yeah, it's the same thing that we've seen just then, but at least they're reversed. I don't think that's really much of a positive, to be honest, but oh well. We know that we can see a fantastic game from both of these teams, and I'm interested to see the community votes as well once they come up, because I don't really know how this one might be predicted. Obviously, Lions Creed, they look so strong first time out, but the Karlstad Kings are not to be underrated by any means. Of course, Fluvio, I think the single returning player on that lineup, he's a very good kind of supporting / almost a flex player
Yeah.
He struggled, I think, statistically during the end of the last season with a just under a 0.7 KD during the league season. So potentially a weak element there. If he's relied upon for those kills and doesn't step up against Lions Creed, could get punished because we know that they are serious gunners.
They indeed are. Now, on the subject of the actual maps themselves, we haven't necessarily seen Lions Creed as of yet within this particular season play on Clubhouse, so technically speaking, this is going to be uncharted territory for them just at the start of the season. Clubhouse was Karlstad's pick, which they managed to win 7-3, so obviously against Arctic, which is it's a really, really good scoreline actually, and let's not beat around the bush. So obviously, once we get to map number 2, we know it's going to get very, very exciting because of the fact that Karlstad were able to win in such a dominant fashion, but I don't know if the community actually sides with them. As you can see, 72% going the way of LC, and the exact same thing for the staff, even though it's even more amplified with almost the entire staff team in general voting exclusively for Lions Creed. 93% of us think that LC is going to take the dub, but we're going to have to wait and see.
Wow, that is quite a strong staff and community predictions across the board for Lions Creed. Of course, they were strong throughout last season. I think they missed a beat generally during the league season. They seemed a little bit off and then never quite picked it up when it came to playing against Shreks and Hobbits. Oh no, was it Free Up Tom they lost to? It was Free Up Tom they lost to in the semi-final.
Yeah, Lions Creed, they took the L against Free Up Tom, now known as Skittle.jpg. Yeah.
Yeah. So, unfortunate for them. This season, they look like a completely different beast. And they've banned out Capital at the start of their attack, which makes a reasonable amount of sense here. There are a lot of different operators you could do. What do you think that signifies for the attack of Lions Creed? Or defense?
Honestly, this it's been a really, really long time since I have seen Capital in play, so it's going to be relatively difficult for me to actually say. But usually when you bring out Capital on Clubhouse, we are normally going to see Capital be utilized primarily for actually denying effective bandit tricking on the CCTV wall and potentially getting rid of any kind of garage presence over up in rafters. So I feel that, Karlstad, they might not want to have to deal with that, even though it might be an unscratchable itch at the back of their heads. They simply just don't want to deal with that. They want to hold onto those crucial portions of the map for as long as possible. We are on Oregon, so scratch everything that I just said. The fact that we are on Oregon, map number 1, I wasn't paying attention, but either way, seeing a Capital ban come out, it might be a bit of a... I don't know how to describe this one. I don't know how to describe this ban, personally. I really don't, on Oregon.
Yeah, we saw them target ban the Ying last time around to counter PG tips, but in this particular game, I'm not sure if that's a direct counter of something we might have seen from the old ex-Jet Ski boys, but anyway, it does mean that he's not going to be able to help out with those plants, so we'll see maybe with the defensive strategy of Lions Creed when we get to it, maybe what that spells. But right now, we've got Karlstad Kings' defenses to deal with. They've gone down to the bottom floor to start off with. They brought along a lot of operators for a lot of different purposes, especially that castle that you don't see too often down on the basement.
No, you really don't. I'm guessing, this is just an educated guess at this point, that Karlstad have taken a page out of Lions Creed's book from last week. For those of you guys that watched the matchup last week, Lions Creed, they were bringing out this particular first floor roam almost each and every single time that they were on a basement defense by having Castle effectively just block out any kind of access into meeting itself so they can do their due diligence of holding onto it for as long as possible. It is reminiscent of the kind of strategies you would see back before Oregon had actually seen its rework, and I'm glad to see that Lions Creed have actually, sort of brought that strategy back from the dead, and now more teams, they're looking to hop onto the train as well.
Well, we'll see what kind of start these two teams can get off to. A lot of interesting utility in the hands of Karlstad Kings to delay this push, and the IQ on the opposite side could spot out at least a couple of goo mines, maybe figure out... There's not too much necessarily, actually, for Vern specifically with her gadget, but with the commando in hand and a claymore, quite good. She has lost both her drones just then, though, which is a bit unfortunate.
Bit of a yikes. Not the greatest start off for the attack, but either way, they have worked their way in towards Attic, so now they can start exerting some top floor pressure, and basically attempt to actually flush out the defense from that first floor and essentially force their hands to turtle up. At the end of the day, this is Lions Creed's strategy, so one can only assume that they know how to properly counter it as well on the receiving end.
You would hope, at least. We've seen some teams struggle to counter their own plays a lot of the time. But currently Jeff still sticking around that area. iFluvio is nearby to pinch round from Kitchen and take the kills, but he doesn't need to help. Jeff getting the kill onto the Ash of Noodle. Right at the start, I believe up into Attic, which is the last place we saw her.
Yeah.
Yes. Vern's replacing the Ash in position. Trying not to replicate the same mistakes. But elsewhere, Solo has been taken out by the bandit of BLZC? How do I pronounce that?
I don't know how to pronounce that, unfortunately. Cobra's going to find one of the burns, and we did catch a glimpse early in the round that Lions Creed were mounting up for an attack, for an execution, actually. A couple of them were lined outside of the blue bunker, and now they find themselves in a 5v2 situation with very little territory in general, but they're going to continue to fight. They're going to try to claw it back as best as possible, but from up above, Jeff is going to shut down encryptions, leaving Tunes all on his lonesome. He will find the head of Jeff. That's a good start, and with 45 seconds left to play with, this is definitely doable, but crossfires have already been established on the side of CK, so it's going to be that much more difficult for him to climb this mountain.
Yeah, even a two-man, like a single-man disadvantage from this position, you've got that crossfire to deal with, and it's a triple crossfire from that position. Almost impossible to really win that out, unless you've got the most incredible flick shooting imaginable. And it was very much controlled, that round, by Karlstad Kings.
It really
I think
was.
Jeff, with that introductory kill, and then this, I think the third in the round as well, down that hatch, really dominated that particular round and saw a victory for the defense to start off with. Of course, Grissom was talking from his view about the last game, that the first round doesn't necessarily mean too much, and that was evidently true in the last particular matchup, because PG Tips won both first rounds, and then proceeded to lose both games. So Karlstad Kings will be hoping to buck the trend, to say the least.
Indeed. Obviously, this is something that I do like to say myself quite often. You know, that first round, it's usually, if you lose it, you can basically look at it as the first pancake you're making from a batch. It usually tends to be a throwaway. I suck at making pancakes. That's why I leave the first one I ever make for my mom herself instead, and I'll just enjoy the rest of it. But either way, Karlstad, they've gotten themselves a first round under their belt on basement nevertheless, so it's time to move up towards the second floor this time around. In LC, well, let's see if they can actually pull a dub, and I want to actually take a look and try to analyze exactly what's going on with Karlstad's defense, because there is an armory extension. There are some kill holes opened up on the armory wall as well as the master bedroom wall that is going to allow the likes of Jeff, who I can only assume is going to be sitting inside of armory, to directly contest any entry through master bedroom. There are also some Vulcan shields lined up, so Karlstad can assume as much control over the top floor as possible.
It's a very eastern-sided hold. A lot of pressure to make sure those attackers of Lions Creed are slowed down, which is something very difficult to do. Lions Creed are always efficient. That's one thing that is fantastic to see from their attacking play. And Karlstad Kings are going to take that main issue and really address it as much as they can. 3 of those attacking men from Lions Creed starting off on the northern side, though, already getting the breach open, and unfortunately destroying their own drones trying to jump in. But actually, Noodle, one of those 3 men, is just going to go around the other side and help out where he's not necessarily needed on that north push. He's going to go help out elsewhere.
Potentially try to, actually try and pinch
Karlstad's
defense into
He drops his Twitch drone down there, but he can't jump it up the ledge, unfortunately, so it's stuck.
That's a yikes. That's
Big rip from Noodle, to quote you, Toodles. Also, Grissom was quoting you a lot last game. Apparently, you gave him a bunch of things to say.
I gave him a bunch of homework. I didn't necessarily explicitly tell him to say X, Y, or Z, but, he's rolling with it. Chooms, however, on the entry is going to pick up Fluvio, and he's going to find a second for his troubles. That is already adding in favor, or actually claimed by Lions Creed, and they've already managed to throw us into a 4v3 situation, as Jeff is able to pick up Solo Solor, and he will rotate his way back up the white staircase to reassist his teammates. Either way, things are starting to look pretty grim for Karlstad, as they have lost quite a bit of territory.
Well, they tried to play for that delay game. They've done a reasonable amount of delay, it would seem. The first 2 minutes have ticked on by, but they have lost all the ground they were trying to hold, and a few men at that. So a bit of mixed success so far. And Jeff equalises the score, taking out Encryptions. Now things are looking a lot more favourable for those defenders. They won't be outmanned on these entries. Still only a couple of doors to keep an eye on, as a I'm not sure how many breaches they have open at this point.
I'm pretty sure that they have managed to get the trophy one shared with Attic as well, and there's already a rotation into kids for them as well. Chum's preparing a frag grenade. I believe didn't actually hit its mark, but Spike is going to hit his as he actually cleans up Noodle. Chums is going to lose his life as well at the hands of Cobra, and that's going to leave Verns in a 1v3 situation. Things have crumbled quite literally in front of Lionscreed, and it's gone from bad to worse as Spike is able to find his second, shutting down Verns, and Karlstad bringing this back from a 5v3 situation to a 3v none situation will get their second round in a row.
Wow, I think you're a bit too negative there, Two Doors, midway through that round, because the one thing that we both missed was the fact that the breach was not opened.
What, you mean the closet breach?
Yeah, the walk-in breach was closed, allowing the Goyo to sit comfortably within games at the end.
Yeah, you're right about that.
And as the man count was equalized, very thankfully, by the Jaeger, it looked pretty much well done by Karlstad Kings. So the delay game, despite losing the men, and the fact that they countered any breach attempt that happened from Lionscreed, actually just about did the job in the end, and they could rely on their gun skill in those final moments, given all the clever skill they did throughout the round. I mean, really did a good job.
It's a tad bit hit or miss, and the main reason why I'm bringing this up is because of the fact that Karlstad, they lost control.
I guess they never miss, huh?
They really don't.
Oh my
they don't,
God,
they
I
don't
can't
miss
believe
their
I actually
shots.
did that.
They really don't miss their shots. But the main reason why I was starting to feel skeptical about their ability to win the round was because of the fact that they had lost control of Attic really, really quickly, and it was, I believe it was Chums who was playing the Maverick last round as well. He was able to find 2 kills in quick succession, and just like that, Karlstad were basically forced into isolation over by the western portion of the second floor. That's why I was feeling skeptical, but I guess, you know, I'm in the wrong for having doubted Karlstad during that round.
Well, it was a well-placed guess. It was a bit of a 50-50 from that point. It's not a 50-50 on the scoreboard. Karlstad Kings with a strong lead at the start of this Oregon match. And there's 3 C4s on the board. They've got that castle yet again. Electrified walls all around. It's a great setup from Karlstad Kings at a base level to delay any push from Lionscreed. And they are all moving from one direction, hopefully planning to be quite unipotent on this push as they move in from the north side.
You know, we have one Electric Claw on the side of Karlstad, which should simultaneously electrify both of the stage walls as well as the attic wall.
Skill drop. That was so necessary.
Yeah, definitely showing us his parkour skills right over there, and trust me, Solar, you'll definitely think twice before questioning if you got the Mad Rad skills to drop down ladders. But either way, Chums is going to make quick work of this wall so they can get rid of those Electro Claws and potentially carry on with the breach down below. But they have to worry about BL, who's creeping his way up on the bandit with the MP7 in hand right here, and he's going to do his absolute darnest to make LC's lives a living hell.
Just holding a careful angle. He's going to play for time. Of course, time has ticked on quite a bit, and Lionscreed, they've not really taken much ground that wasn't given to them. They're taking a very long time to make this move happen. Karlstad Kings, they've done a great job of delaying their opposition, which is really difficult to do against Lionscreed. So incredible play from them to specifically counter their opposition. I'm not sure they'd exactly play this game exactly like this against anyone else. Of course, they've had big mixes up in terms of the lineup, so maybe it is a different bit of a team than we saw from Jet Ski Boys overall.
Yeah,
But, oh well.
Safe to say that both squads, they have had major roster swaps. I mean, Solar is going to be subbing in for Carriudo. That is already one notable difference, and filling in
Carriudo is
Carriudo's
also a
shoes
difference.
is going to be relatively difficult unless Carriudo's playing on an alt account and I'm completely brainless. I don't know exactly, but Noodle's going to get lit up quite a bit, taking a boatload of damage from none other than BL, and Jeff is going to be rewarded with the entry, and look at that, Fluvio is going to shut down Noodle. It's a 5v3 situation right here with 35 seconds left to spare on the side of LC, and they're going to suffer a massive flank as well, as we see Fluvio pick up Choom. Solar's going to get the immediate refrag, but there's only 30 seconds left, and they're twisting and turning in the wind. They don't know where they're being hit from. Solar's going to find Spike. He's going to find a second as well onto Cobra. Suddenly things look much more winnable, but he does not have the diffuser, and he has to worry about that hatch directly above him. He's waiting for BL to peek into his line of sight, but his days are surely numbered. Jeff is going to be rewarded with the final frag, and Karlstad, they have completed a successful site rotation with 3 rounds under their belt.
Wow, an incredible start to this match from Karlstad Kings. Of course, I guess the staff a bit more surprised than the public at this point, given the vote percentages. But all round, most people at the beginning of this game are going to be quite surprised because the percentages were so high for Lions Creed. I mean, why wouldn't you think so after that first game? Oh, look at that slow motion replay of Solar.
That's true skill
fantastic.
right there, ladies and gents.
Yeah,
Beautiful
well, he's
stuff.
got the skill on the incredible parkour drops, but really not in the rest of the round. Of course, he pulled out some good shots in the 1 versus 3 situation.
Yeah, this
and
one
he seemed
specifically.
he seemed very turned on and aware, trying to get the player in the hatch as well as tucked in on the right of that breach. But it was too much for him to deal with. I think the early and mid-round play from Karlstad Kings is winning them the rounds in general. It does enough work that even if they fail in terms of like when Lions Creed are trying to execute, they can still win through the rounds because of all the hard work they're doing early on.
I don't know. I'm kind of getting the sense that Lions Creed could definitely actually pick up the pace just a tad bit more when it comes to claiming early control. That's just how I'm personally feeling so far, because they have suffered quite a bit from time management in those previous 3 rounds, and it's not necessarily through any fault of their own. They might just be taking a couple of extra seconds to figure out exactly what they're up against, but especially in that round previously, they by the time that 90 seconds had actually passed, they really only had Shooms with that blowtorch getting some work done on the attic wall, which simply wasn't enough for them to actually, start to exert some vertical pressure from up above. But I'm fully confident that Lions Creed have already recognized that something has been amok, and that they're quick to actually, recover from their mistakes and actually, fix them.
Yeah, I think maybe a bit of a mix between great delay play and also maybe a slight bit of laziness at the start of this match from Lions Creed. They are stepping it up somewhat. Jeff being taken off the board, getting rid of those potential goo mines that could have been gathered throughout the round is a fantastic start to their attack.
Yeah. And also Jeff is, for the time being, the top fragger within the server, so the fact that he's been wiped clean off the face of the earth is definitely one less headache that LC have to worry about for the time being. But the drones are going to start to swarm on in. They have spotted out a couple of defenders on the top floor as well as the middle floor, but have they spotted out Cobra, who is currently sat at the top of the white staircase? Actually manages to spot the bum of, I believe that's Noodle for the time being. He's going to decide to back...
Bum.
Is he going to back off instead? I don't know. Yeah, it is a great bum indeed, but it's going to be Solar to be rewarded with the kill onto Fluvio. And there's Noodle walking right into the open arms of Cobra. That is not what you wanted to see, and BL is going to even out the man count, putting us in a 3v2 as Encryptions finds the castle as well.
I was about to say that roam play from the castle and the Jaeger, very successful, but actually shut down immediately afterwards with quick refrags from Lions Creed, giving them actually the man advantage coming into this push. Encryptions being on very low health is going to be a bit of an issue, especially given 3 smoke canisters are still in hand. There's the first one being thrown by Spike. He's in a strong position alongside his teammate. Oh, but his teammate's been taken out. Now he's alone. Less strong, certainly, from here. He's got 2 canisters potentially to cover some ground, but unfortunately he is shut down by Chooms, and that is the first round in the hands of Lions Creed.
It's exactly what we were hoping to see coming out from LC. It did take them a couple of rounds to wake up, but they finally have in that particular round, and more specifically the roam clear that they were able to pull off, is the actual line screen that we are used to seeing. We saw that within the first 60 to 80 seconds, they had already gotten rid of 2 of the roamers on the side of Karlstad. Now, unfortunately for Noodle, he wasn't actually using his Gemini replicator, so instead of losing the hologram, he lost his own life as the Yana, because of the fact that drone work onto the white staircase wasn't there, but that is something that can be overlooked. They ended up getting the dub, and now that they have managed to get some momentum on their side, now that they have started to get the ball rolling, we know that they can eventually cascade it into a much more favorable split by the time the side swap comes around.
3-1 will still certainly look good for Karlstad Kings. 3 in a row. Of course, losing that one throws things in the balance. I don't think you're ever going to get... I don't think you'll ever be able to get a free round against Lions Creed. They are all very hard fought. And despite the fact they've got 3 ahead, it's never over against these guys. We know how strong they can be, and they've proven it just there on that particular round. Despite a slow start, can they pick it up and get some consistent ones together to bring it even? It was a bit of a debate recently as to Oregon and how exactly favoured it is, attack or defence. Of course, Karlstad Kings making a good case for it being defensively strong. That being said, I think it's about 50-50 at this point, Oregon, attack and defense.
Getting close to 50-50. Getting really, really close to it.
So not too harsh for Lions Creed necessarily. They've still got 2 rounds to bring it back even, which will be a pretty good trade at this point. Given how strong Karlstad Kings have been, can they keep up these strong defenses? I'm also really interested to see how they attack themselves, but that is a problem for later.
Definitely so. For the time being, though, the last thing that is probably going through LC's minds right now is to be smacked right in the middle of actually smacked on either one of their left or right cheeks with a sense of deja vu, because they found themselves in a 5v3 situation the last time they were attacking this bomb site, and Karlstad were able to convert that into a victory of their own. Lions Creed, they were able to claim Attic with relative ease the last time they were tasked with attacking this bomb site, but the closet breach that is shared with Games wasn't that successful last time around. But here Solar is looking to actually make the early differences. He finds one, gets rid of the Mew Jammer from down below, but even though he's been taken out by Fluvio, he's already done a ton of great work. Verns is however going to follow it up by picking up Cold Cobra, putting us in a 4v3 situation. Plenty of action having taken place within the first 90 seconds, and Lions Creed have already gotten one of those primary breaches open as well.
Yep, great efficiency from them. They've also taken out not just 2 men, but an extra C4 in the hands of Cobra. Will not be able to be used. So Lions Creed looking in a much better position than last time. Obviously, they've not prioritized Attic. They've gone for a very different attack, focusing on the southern side to adjust and see if that can win them out this round. Very smart play from them. Nothing that we don't expect. And now that, yes, that is open, and Toombs getting a kill from large window. Maybe potentially a misplay from the Maestro, and there's only 2 defenders remaining now. Spike and iFluvio.
This is going to be really tricky for them to pull it off. C4 gets tossed out, but unfortunately the information isn't good. The diffuser was being planted elsewhere on the map. Fluvio is going to be put 6 feet under after Vern shuts him down, and the last player, Spike, is left on minimal HP. A single bullet. If anybody even tickles the man, he is surely to go down. This round is more than likely going to end in favor of Lions Creed, so I think it's safe to say that they have taken their second round of the evening thus far, and they have certainly looked much, much stronger when we compare and contrast their previous second floor attack. They've started to get the ball rolling, and they are just 1 round away from closing off their first half with an even score line of 3-3 before the side swap comes in.
Karlstad Kings were very strong at delaying their opposition throughout a lot of those early rounds, and at the moment, I think they've taken their foot off the gas somewhat. We're seeing a bit of a reversal of what the initial plan was, and they didn't really slow their opposition down too much. And in their attempts to do that, lost 1 too many men. And with the breaches open, it was simple enough for a very clever and smart execute from their opposition in Lions Creed, bringing it very close back to 3-2 against them. Now we go to Kidstorms yet again. We are repeating the site. They've won it before. I'm interested to see how Karlstad Kings now adjust, given that we saw such a strong adjustment from Lions Creed that round as they lost first time. Now what can the defense do to counter that back?
I'm not exactly sure what they can do differently. Obviously, we know just how well Karlstad can actually turtle up onto the bomb site. We know how comfortable they feel that if things actually end up in the worst case scenario where they have to rely on their own gun skill and they feel under pressure, they will actually strive in those kinds of moments. But I think that if we are to pinpoint exactly one thing that went wrong, which snowballed into Lions Creed actually taking the round, I would have to actually bet that it was the potential roam presence downstairs, because of the fact that Jeff was actually taken out first by Solar, who was then able to get rid of the mute jammer on the closet wall from down below. That already put Karlstad on the back foot, so obviously maintaining Jeff and actually keeping him alive for as long as possible is going to greatly impact the way that Karlstad plays the round. And if they're able to, for example, couple Jeff down below with somebody else so they can ensure that Solar isn't able to accomplish his task as a soft breacher, then their chances of winning the rounds winning this particular round exponentially grow. But it's a completely different adaptation. They're gonna push themselves away from the classic default hold and once again bring out that armory extension instead.
Yeah, bringing it to 4-2 as opposed to the 3-all at the switch is quite a significant difference for Karlstad. They'll certainly want to make sure that that is the case, opting for their first defensive strategy as opposed to what they just tried. And we'll see if that reverting of strategy will work. Of course, that Jackal might prove interesting, as sometimes those roaming players have managed to catch off Lions Creed, especially that Castle. I can't recall who it was exactly. I think it was Cobra.
It was probably Cobra or BL, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, on the Castle previously, picking up quite a few kills, sneaking around. So less option for that. The ability to isolate players, especially with a man advantage for Lions Creed, will help. And they do get that man advantage, starting out with not just one, but two. Noodle joining in, getting one onto iFluvio, and Cole Cobra taking a lot of damage.
It's good that Noodle has actually noticed that things haven't been going his way tonight and that he has been placed on the role of the Jackal. Chooms is actually going to also pick up Cobra, so now things are looking relatively LC, as well as the actual kill feed, which was painted orange at the time. It's a 4v2 scenario right over here, and that actual rotation back into kids has been patched up, but now it's become Choom's canvas for the time being. He will be smoked out with that toxic bait, but that is going to grant Encryptions the opportunity to get the diffuser down. It will be confirmed as he is placed in the DBNO, clinging on for dear life as Noodle will go down as well, putting us in a technical 2v2. With 35 seconds left to play with, this is certainly winnable. Spike is going to find the head of Chooms as well, and now it's all down to Burns in a 1v2. He's on very minimal HP, and Withstand has been removed. If he takes too much damage, he is certainly gonna go down. And Karlstad, they're on his tail. They're on his case. He will be spotted out by BL, but can't capitalize. And Burns, too slow to the trigger. He'll be taken down by Spike. That is, if I'm not mistaken, a quadra kill coming out from Spike right there. And the counter defuse. Karlstad, from the depths of hell, take their 4th round.
Oh my word. I wrote after, when it was 2 versus 4 and Spike started throwing his smoke canisters around, I wrote on my notes, Spike with a giant exclamation mark. Then he did that on top of it. The use of his utility there, those smoke canisters, holding off key areas at exactly the right moments, providing less sight, especially for the opposition, and making it tough for them to move in, was crucial for his teammate and himself to have luxury of area. And then they moved through those areas and got the most important kills, especially him at the end, acting on the intel as well from the Maestro. Fantastic individual work from Spike to win that round almost single-handedly.
It was really, really great, and I think that actually goes to show that even though I personally haven't seen a lot of Spike in general, I haven't really seen him play all too often, but that just goes to show that he has almost unmatched game sense, and especially when we take a look at that first toxic bait that he tossed out onto the attic wall, he knew for a fact that there was Chooms on the Maverick directly behind that particular Maverick hole, and by tossing out By tossing out the Toxic Vape, he actually rendered that position completely unplayable, which actually alleviated a lot of the tension he was experiencing to then actually go and challenge other gunfights, which he managed to win as well. And as soon as Lions Creed realized that, hey, stuff's going on elsewhere, Chooms on that Maverick was distracted and was forced to actually contest just another general portion of the map away from Attic, and then Spike went in for the repeak, found the second one onto Chooms on the other side of the Attic, and it was just really, really well played. I could, digest this entire round as much as I'd like to, but I'm not gonna. It was just outstanding stuff coming out from Spike regardless.
It was awesome. It was just one of those individual plays that we could do a whole segment on.
Yeah.
We could just do an episode of Karlstad Kings in review and talk about that for about 10 minutes. All the amazing moments there. And now they're on the attack, so we'll see if they can keep it up. That was my question from before. Can they take it to 4-2? They have. What can they do on the attack? It's very exciting to see if they keep up that momentum that they've been building.
Is Verns actually rocking the MP5 without a grip whatsoever? Keep in mind, the MP5 has lost the angled grip, and he's not even using the foregrip this time around. Maybe it's just a bit of a personal preference pick. I don't know exactly. Maybe Verns has quickly adjusted to it, but either way, we'll see exactly how it plays out. The one thing that Karlstad, he's not rocking a grip. But either way, back to the matter at hand. Karlstad have, for the time being, actually chosen to neglect this roam presence from Lions Creed for the time being. So they still maintain a good chunk of control over the first floor, but they've started to lose any kind of presence over by meeting bit by bit, with the sole exception of Noodle, who's going to continue to run circles around the top floor as Chooms will be rewarded with the first frag onto Cobra. Diffuser is in blue bunker, and that's where the most of the attention has seemed to be focused on the side of Karlstad.
Well, Chooms very, very close to confirming a kill onto Jeff, but not quite. And his shield is now gone from this position. It's looking tough to hold on to this for much longer. The move comes in elsewhere from the attackers, but Fluvio is taken out as boiler control has been taken. The refrag comes out from Jeff. Burns, he's lost the angled grip and he's lost his life alongside a teammate as well, being Jeff actually falling to Chooms inside of bunker, and he's going to go aggressive to try and finish off the supporting player, and he confirms it alongside Solor to finish the round. A very, very quick defensive sweep of the basement from Lions Creed to see the round difference being brought back to just the one.
I think that the main difference maker in that round probably was Chooms. If I had to give out words, English is very difficult for me tonight for some reason. If I had to give out an eBag to one specific MVP of that round, it would probably go to Chooms, just because of the fact that he chose to persist throughout the entire duration of that round over by Blue Elbow. When that deployable shield had actually been destroyed and he had no cover left to work with, he decided to hug the wall. And on the side of Karlstad, nobody actually thought to check it. He was the difference maker by picking up 2 frags, one onto Jeff and then the final one onto Spike as well. The fact that Karlstad were unable to properly clear out bunker just gave Chooms the ability and the luxury to tap heads and get frags.
Yeah, some fantastic play from the Lions Creed, looking very effective on their defenses. They know exactly what to do. They can play things by the book very well, but on top of that, then they have the ability to improvise from that position whilst making sure that they do everything that they need to do, which is not to be underestimated, not to be undervalued at this level of play, because that is what makes a top team in ECS especially. And they are, despite the fact they are currently losing at the moment, they still look like a top team, and this game so far has been incredibly well contested.
Indeed it has. Chooms, currently sat with 10 kills under his belt, has really been keeping the dream alive for Lions Creed, and trust me, they're far from over right here. They're going to be moving up to the second floor to try to actually tie up the score line and potentially establish a lead in the rounds to come later on. And now I think it's safe to say that the ball is indeed in Karlstad's court. If they want to maintain the lead that they have established, they have to go balls to the wall and try to deal with the raw, unbridled aggression that Lions Creed loves to bring out round after round.
Yeah. Just a quick correction from earlier. Actually, Jeff is a returning player for the team. I don't think he was on the lineup at the beginning, but he was quite a strong player last season with just under 1 KD, with a strong amount of kills and also deaths per map. So he's always involved in the action, and there's been no exception here so far with an 8-5 score at the beginning of this match. Can he be as effective on the Zofia as he has been? Another...
Is that glitched out ever so slightly? I think
Yeah,
the right
I'm
side of that
confused.
reinforcement might be glitched, so he's gonna get rid of the left side instead. But elsewhere, Choons is gonna find the entry onto BL. And I hate to say this, but CK might be locked out of actually entering through Attic completely. That reinforcement is completely bugged. That really doesn't bode well for them whatsoever.
Oh, that's going to be very unfortunate. And losing 2 men on top of that, an absolute disaster for Karlstad Kings, being hard done by in various ways. They've lost Cold Cobra as well. He can't breach and he can't breathe anymore. 5 versus 2 for Lions Creed. On this top floor defense, you can't do anything but feel really sad for Karlstad Kings. Of course, more can go right or wrong than just one particular breach, and a lot of the players who have died, not necessarily anything to do with that particular aspect.
No, not at all whatsoever, though. It was just really unfortunate that one of the core core parts of their strategy was completely scraped off the playing field because Rainbow Six Siege decided to pull a funny one on them, which it's got to be absolutely gutting for them. The fact that that reinforcement simply would not open up was just a huge surprise for Lions Creed, and it really rewarded them. It worked in their favor, even though it was unintentional. It's just unfortunate for Karlstad that round had to be tossed away.
FBI, open up. Have you considered no? Says the game. No, indeed. Lions Creed, bring it back even for all on the scoreboard. They're going to take it to kitchen and dining. Now, we saw a very good defensive play from Karlstad Kings here. And I think this was the round where Lions Creed's attack looked the weakest. So I'm interested to see how they mix it up. We were talking about Lions Creed trying to counter their own style of play on the basement. I think we might see a similar tale here for Karlstad's attack. They'll hope it certainly goes more successfully for them.
Yeah, and there's also a bit of an oddity to see Lions Creed this time around bring out dining in kitchen as opposed to meeting in kitchen. Clearly there's a massive difference in overall defense philosophy when it comes to those tertiary bomb sites, and I guess a large deal of the community would usually favor the dining in kitchen as opposed to its counterpart tertiary bomb site, and it's good to see that Lions Creed are willing to bring it out as well to try and claim their 5th round right here and right now. And this is the first time we're going to be seeing this particular bomb site between the two squads. It's also going to be, if I'm not mistaken, the first time we actually see Lions Creed visit this bomb site within the 2 playdays that we've had thus far in ECS. So I'm really curious to see exactly what they've got in stock for us.
I'm also interested to see maybe if we can get some inclination on what that Capital ban is from Lions Creed as well here. As well, I'm just keeping that in mind very loosely. We'll see when it comes maybe a bit more to an execution point for Karlstad Kings. They haven't really had the chance to get any sort of execution going so far, as they've been hard done by, quite similarly to their own defensive play, by the early round play of these defenders.
Yeah. Plus Rainbow Six Siege just not having a good day in the previous round, but either way, they're going to brush it off, they're going to get themselves back on the horse, and they're not going to waste a single moment as they have already started creeping their way in through the top floor, and they now have pinpointed exactly where the last 2 remaining defenders are on the top floor. However, info might not be all too great as Burns is able to light up this kill feed, finding not 1 but 2 kills, shutting down Fluvio and Jeff. That is tons of soft breach destruction now wiped clean off the face of the earth for CK, and they find themselves in a 5v3 situation without even having dislodged the defenders from that top floor.
Wow, the face of the earth is really barren today. Vern's trying to use his C4, but to no avail. He has the MP5 to do that job, and he takes another kill and 2 more finished off by his teammates. Solo getting the final kill on the Jaeger, taking a little moment to finish that one off, but he gets it in the end. And it's a flawless round for Lions Creed. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I was mistaken for a moment, but I was not at all. They've won 3 rounds in a row now that they've switched to the defense, and this was their map pick. Am I right?
Yeah, you are correct. This
Yes.
is their map pick, and you've got to imagine that right now, Lions Creed, they're starting to feel much better than previously by the start of the actual matchup when they found themselves down 3 rounds. Now they've been able to actually return the favor to CK, having won 3 rounds of their own on the defense, and as you said, 4 in a row, or what? It was 4 in a row actually. Since the 5th round, so yeah, things have been starting to look really, really good for Lions Creed. They're riding that wave of momentum, and they really aren't showing any signs of stopping.
They look quite formidable indeed. They return to the bottom floor site. Carlstead Kings, now it is your turn to readjust. We saw Lions Creed. I mean, they got 2 rounds on their attacks after those 3-round losses in a row, and they looked a lot more convincing towards the end of their attacks. Carlstad Kings will be hoping to replicate that form and potentially improve upon it. Of course, they're still only 3 rounds away from a victory. Lions Creed 2 themselves. Looking at this line, it is very much in favour of Lions Creed right now with that 1-round advantage, but it's still very, very close to potentially a draw or even a Carlstead win. It's so even, this game. It is nail biting.
Indeed, it is. I'm not exactly sure if that meeting hatch was reinforced. We could get a little top-down view from our lovely observer Max, because I think somebody may have missed out on it, unsure for the time being. If it has actually remained soft, then that could work in Carlstad's favor if they realize it quickly enough. But I think it has indeed been reinforced. Either way, though, Verns, he's looking to cause some chaos. He wants to get his hands dirty with a little bit of action for the time being as he works his way up the white staircase. Meanwhile, though, Carlstad looking to get some early breach work done and actually set up a beachhead for themselves to mount up to that eventual execution.
I was wondering what the Carlstead Kings logo reminded me of. It's chaos. It's kind of got the similar like
Color
circular
scheme.
and what? Yeah. That's what it reminds me of. I was wondering that the vertical control being taken by Carlstead Kings nice and freely. They won't be able to get any picks for it though. They're still taking their time moving in elsewhere. Nice time burned by Lions Creed. It's a very different defense to what we saw from Carlstead Kings on this particular site. And it's working for them right now. Noodle holding this ground quite strong. Spike being the one to take a lot of damage, but the first man to fall is Bulzuk on the Nomad. Oh, the Sophia of Jeff in serious trouble as Noodle comes around. But Noodle could be in more trouble himself in this position if he's not careful. Vern's finishing eye Fluvio as well. A 2-man advantage now for Lions Creed.
We saw so much utility actually be dumped towards that elbow position, but there weren't any kind of explosives to back it up. Shooms is going to get the trade onto encryptions by shutting down Jeff, and Verns is going to find his 3rd onto the round, shutting down Spike, and Noodle to top things off is going to shut down Cobra, the one person who decided to waltz their way into elbow, despite the fact that it remained unclear for so long. Actually, look at that. Noodle, I think he just pulled the biggest debate we had ever seen on Carlstad King. He, or maybe one of his teammates actually reinforced it with Noodle still being inside of elbow, and the information might have been bad on the side of Carlstad, thinking that they had indeed patched up elbow, and he just remained there with open arms waiting for any attackers to walk into his line of sight.
Yep, another clever smoke play. This time from Noodle. Of course, Spike was fantastic earlier on, but Noodle's quite crucially here. Not turning around a giant man deficit, but it will put his team on match point, which is a very crucial difference for Lions Creed. They could well take this map from that 3-down position. And Noodle,
look at that.
I was praising him a moment ago for his genius play on the smoke, but he's even more intelligent than I thought, 2 doors.
Indeed he is. Ibaka can only get a tingling sensation that you must be smiling ear to ear from now when as he tosses out a couple of 360s to the power of God
He
knows
knows
what.
I'm watching.
Noodle
He knows.
He is bringing out the clash. This is gonna be really jazzy.
Thank you.
Or
very
groovy,
much,
as you like to
Noodle.
say.
He's having a ball. Yeah, groovy indeed. He's having a ball right now. He's not going to play that. No, he's not playing the game of spin around and see if your teammate's bullet hits you. It's a little bit risky because there's still only 2 rounds for Carlstad Kings away from bringing this to a draw. So still all to play for. And it's a good... Noodle! calm down, man. I know she's the best off in the game. Deary me. I believe statistically there were one or two operators, not operators, there were one or two games that I haven't checked yet in Contenders Division that I haven't caught up with so far this season, but I believe this is the first time we've seen Clash in Major Division this season. So very good to see Noodle.
Indeed. He might not be on fire in terms of kills when you take a look at Verns and Chooms. They're both sitting on 14 apiece, and you know they're going to go toe-to-toe to try to claim the kill record for this particular matchup. But Noodle, he wants to put a smile on her face with that clash, and that's definitely going to also work in Lion's Creed's favor to keep the attackers at bay for as long as possible. But Verns, getting a little bit antsy, is going to lose his life relatively early at the hands of Jeff. And look at this, Noodle puts down the shield and gets the spray onto BL, but it's not lethal enough simply, so he'll be picked up back to 20 HP, and CK have also gotten...
SPSMG!
What else?
I run that as a joke! Deary me, the stealth clash really is coming out, but her position is well known by those attackers. So many angles opened across. It is a horrible position to play in now. The attic, surely not a position for those defenders to hold from now on. Great play from Karlstad Kings to flush these players back. And with the man advantage, Clash is very good at capitalizing upon a man advantage, but when you're down in men, sometimes not having that up can be a serious problem.
Takes roughly 40 HP from that grenade, but Solar is there to back things up as he shuts down Jeff. Second grenade will be tossed down out, but Noodle's going to be left on roughly a quarter's worth of HP, so he can still persist, he can still fight back for as long as humanly possible. And now Karlstad in a bit of a stalemate. Yes, they have Eastern control, but now they need to get the ball rolling. They will shut down 3 members simultaneously. A sea of blue just sprawling across the kill feed, and that is Karlstad Kings. Well, they're not out of it just yet. They need one more round under their belt to tie things up, and both squads will walk away with a single point. Does CK have what it takes to actually, you know, pull out a draw from Oregon?
Oh, it's very, very close. Just one round away from either a Lions Creed win or a comeback in the end from Karlstad Kings. Lions Creed, I think they suffered from not exactly using that clash right. Also, not having a full clash-sized rotate back into the site really cost that player in that position, Noodle, kind of stuck there. He couldn't get back in to move his shield off his back to fight. He was just trapped in that position by a Nomad air jab and all these players all around. An absolute nightmare.
I was looking at the stream right now because there is that 3-minute delay, and there was indeed only a crouch hole available for Noodle to actually rotate in and out of back to kids. So small little oversight.
I think a setup mistake from Lions Creed, not just because of that hole in general, but also the fact that they didn't put much hold pressure on Trophy, so they were allowed to open that wall quite easily to push the Clash out of that position, so she couldn't really use it, and then unable to back off from that position. Just an absolute nightmare in general. You can't back off into, like, across from Trophy, like, towards games. She was just in a terrible position. So poor utilization of the strategy, I think, overall from Lions Creed. And great adjustment from Karlstad Kings to note what they were doing and to punish them exactly. So both these teams have been very good at countering their opposition specifically.
Definitely so. And I think that the Karlstad have probably done a tad bit better of a job of actually picking up on all of the chinks in the armor and actually exploiting those to the full extent for the time being. But either way, Lions Creed, the exact same thing can be said about them. They have noticed that things went south really, really quickly last round, so they're going to throw things back to a bit of a bit more traditional in that kind of sense. They've dropped the Clash, they've put Noodle on the Valkyrie, and instead they've brought out Encryptions on the Maestro, and Noodle is going to be the one to start things off by shutting down BL. Hopefully he got all of his air jabs down on time, but unfortunately that Moroccan operator won't have any more impact for the rest of this round.
Unlikely. It's the same position as he got downed in last time through that breach. I don't know if he made the same mistake.
I don't know if he was on his drone or not.
That would be really, really poor and a serious misplay from him, as he very unlikely got much utility down. Maybe a flank watch on North Tower. I imagine that's about it in terms of jabs. So wasted utility there. by the attack of Karlstad Kings, and a man disadvantage will not be the way they want to start this round. Of course, they've only got half of it left. Fluvio stepping up and taking out Noodle will be a great move for this attack, and it makes things so much tighter and more interesting now that it comes even closer to the execute. Speaking of execute, a fantastic execution from Solar to take out Jeff in return. The man advantage returned to Lions Creek, but he's taken serious amount of damage in response.
He has, but he's going to continue to persist for as long as humanly possible. Lions Creed, they've got to hold on to the fort for as long as possible right now. Everything is working in their favor, and Carl said they've been isolated away from the initial entry points that they established. Now, LC, they have the luxury to take back a lot of that lost territory, but instead they're going to actually set themselves up for a good old-fanged Mexican standoff and just wait for Karlstad to walk into their lines of sight, as LC have established a lot of lethal cross angles.
Yeah, great adjustment from Karlstad. They were all a bit split up when it came to this move, and they decided to convene and then make this push happen together. Lions Creed, they're aware of that being the fact, and they've backed off to the west side. If they can sneak in, though, to a planting position, it could be really difficult to retake, but a double kill coming out from Lions Creed leaves only Spike. We know he can 1 versus 4 almost effectively. He's done it before, but he cannot replicate that form, and Lions Creed take map 1, Oregon. What a back and forth from these two teams.
Tit for tat, left hook for right hook coming out from each of these two squads. It was basically all up in the air, and especially when it came to the last round of regulation, that 12th round, it was still up in the air. I didn't have my money on either two of these squads, but eventually it was LC to step up to the plate, to put on their serious faces, as well as pants, metaphorical pants, and just close the match off and take 3 points all to themselves.
Yep, Encryptions, I was planning for this season to talk about him as a fragging man in general, but the rest of the team around him have just risen. And he's sitting there in the middle, playing more of a supporting role than he necessarily was last time. Slightly more kind of the flex role towards the end of last season. But at the moment, what a fantastic step up from Toombs, especially, I've got a note.
Yeah.
Him and Verns just popping off in recent matches. They, of course, both... no, Toombs did not get the ace last time, but Verns managed to get an ace on Cafe, which was fantastic. But they didn't even need aces there, Lions Creek. They just needed enough consistent play. A very, very well contested game, but I think they just had that little bit of an edge on their defenses that saw them through at the end.
Yeah, definitely so. Obviously, we can just probably write that entire clash round off. Things went really, really badly. The setup wasn't perfectly, but, you know, they're completely okay with actually mentally resetting themselves and closing things off when it's needed the most. We know that's something that Lions Creed are capable of. They have showed that to us time and time again. And as a result, well, after 12 rounds, we do have them taking the first map of the evening, but that's not all for the time being, folks. We still got our second map just over the horizon. That is Clubhouse. So we're going to cut to a short little break, and we'll be back here in roughly 10 minutes to see if Karlstad can take 3 points of their own, or if Lions Creed are going to take their second victory of the evening. So stay tuned.
still remember how it used to be. Holding hands, running wild and free. Crossed our hearts, said we never let go. I still think about our younger days, how we dreamed about a better life. Holding you so close to me, in the backseat of your ride. We fell apart, thought we lost everything, just lost in our memories. And I sure hope you do remember me like I remember you. We drew our names in the pavement, thinking about how we never change. I still remember how it used to be. I still think about our younger days, how we dreamed about a better life. Holding you so close to me, in the backseat of your ride. We fell apart, thought we lost everything, just lost in our memories. And I sure hope you do remember me like I remember you. We fell apart, thought we lost everything, just lost in our memories. And I sure hope you do remember.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Eback, and I'm joined by Tudors for the second map of this particular match, which is, remind me, Tudors, what is it?
It is, I believe, the Kings of Karlstad versus a Creed of Lions, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is indeed, and what a great first map it was. Can you remind me what map it was again?
We played on the very forgettable battleground that is known as Oregon.
Aha, and the score of that match was indeed... Wait, what was it, Tudors, again?
It came down to the wire. Both teams were neck and neck all 12 rounds, but Lions Creed, they took it 7-5. Hopefully that should clear things up for you.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. I don't need reminding exactly how tight it was last time through, because it was so well fought across the board, and those predictions, I mean, they were technically correct on at least the majority of them, in that Lions Creed took the victory. I don't think they would have anticipated how very well fought that entire game was. And now we're on Karlstad Kings' map pick of Clubhouse. Of course, everybody should be quite good at doing these two maps, but maybe they might be able to turn that one extra round in their favour and at least pull themselves a draw. They'll be hoping for at least a point here, you'd imagine.
Yeah, definitely so. This is CK's map. At the end of the day, last week they did also play Clubhouse against Arctic, and they managed to take it all to themselves with the scoreline of 7-3. So obviously, they're looking to replicate a similar scoreline this time around to make sure they don't walk away from tonight's Playday empty-handed. On the opposite side of the spectrum for Lions Creed, like I said earlier in the broadcast, this can be considered uncharted territory for them because this is the first time that we will see them on Clubhouse within ECS Season 1. So everybody, myself included, as well as Twitch chat, are hoping that they can bring the goods.
Well, we'll see if they can. So far, very predictable bans. You don't always see Hibana necessarily, but it's still pretty expected. She is so useful at opening so many things within the span of one round, and it's going to be that little bit tougher for Lions Creed potentially to get the things that open they want, especially when they aren't disadvantaged by strange walls like we saw on Attic for Karlstad Kings, unfortunately, in that one round.
The fact that Maverick trick just simply did not work out was so gutting, and obviously this time around, because Maverick has been left unbanned, means that he will probably be the primary source of Heartbreach utility on the side of Lions Creed, starting off on the attack. I'm just hoping that we don't run into any more obnoxious kind of Maverick trick mishaps this time around. It would really kill the flow of the entire round. So, you know, make sure to go ahead and rub a rabbit's foot if you've got one LC.
Yeah.
You
Well,
never know what Siege can throw at you.
Yeah, you never know, really. Of course, last time we saw, I believe it was PG Tips attempt a Mav breach on this map. It was a little bit ugly. I can't recall which player exactly it was, but a little bit messy. So a whole tale of Maverick breaches today that have gone wrong for various reasons. But generally, they can still manage to get the job done. Lions Creed will be hoping that's the case. They brought along the Lion, Noodle being that fifth man operator today, bringing out all sorts of interesting operators. And on the defense of Karlstad Kings, it's quite a different lineup to what you see on a basement defense compared to usual.
It's rather unorthodox. I mean, to start things off, there's obviously a Doc on the playing field. He doesn't have the grandest kind of magnification on the MP5 compared to his French counterpart that is Rook. On top of that, there's a clear lack of Jaeger, which has remained unbanned. His counterpart Wamai has been it is actually one of those 4 operators that has been banned for the time being, but still, the lack of a catcher on the side of the defense may spell disaster for them later as the round progresses.
It's a fair point to make, and we'll see if it comes into play. Of course, didn't really understand that Capital ban, but certainly these bans are a lot more understandable from both teams. Relying on that, it's very strange to not see a Jaeger. You imagine banning out the Wamai, you're forcing a Jaeger, but he's not been opted for at all. We'll see what they can do to punish. What a C4 from iFluvio. Where was that? I'm not sure where that came from. Was it underneath?
I think it probably came from the top floor itself, because Jeff and Fluvio, they were contesting Chooms directly outside of that gym window. Fluvio has since actually dropped, but the moment that Chooms had actually dropped down, quote-unquote, back to safety, Fluvio managed to toss out a C4, which may have been stuck towards the roof, but that blast radius was not large enough to actually catch him off guard and take him down as well. So that's immediately going to give Karlstad Kings the man advantage, and as we approach the halfway mark, there's still a chunky bit of roam presence on the side of Karlstad, which Lions Creed have yet to actually deal with, and here comes Fluvio swinging, finds not one, but finds 2! Solar and Encryptions are going to bite the ground, or kiss the ground actually, and now it's all down to Noodle and his own devices in a 1v5 scenario. Can he bring it back? He'll start off by picking up Jeff, but he needs to go through 4 more players.
Ooh, yes, he's got a lot to do from this position, the Lion. He still has 2 EE1Ds, which using them selfishly on just himself can do a decent job from this position, so probably a more favourable operator. And he's got a good amount of time. Getting some damage onto Spike will be quite useful as well, but given the fact that iFluvio is in play with those black eye cams, they're most likely going to know exactly where he's going to enter and exactly how to counter.
Also, one more noteworthy thing is that you may have heard in the background those stim shots going off. All of the early damage which Noodle was able to bring out has soon actually been recovered on the side of Karlstad Kings. But they can't recover the fact that they just lost Jeff. It was a really, really outstanding wallbang through the barricade. He has managed to bring it down to a 1v3 as the next E1D is lined up. But he has to force his way through the toxic gas right into the waiting arms of Spike, who was prone next to the minibar itself. And that is going to be Karlstad Kings taking away the first round on Clubhouse. After a really, really successful row, managed to claim the early advantage in favor of CK, and from that point onwards, it just snowballed into a defensive win.
Spike role-playing the caltrops that stopped the tank of Noodle, and the first win. Look at that! What?
The C4 was just on the roof. Just on the roof.
Yeah, rewind on that. Oh, this is really cool. I really like this feature. Let's have a look at that again one more time. It landed just on the edge of... That seemed very, very... That's a little bit harsh, I'd say, for the Zofia in that position. Ifluvio, incredible adjustment there. That was a fantastic double. His
Nasty
position not known.
two-piece.
Again, and also Spike with a key double towards the end of the round was great. But Lion's Creed, it strikes of the similar attacking we saw when they started the attack on Oregon, where they didn't clear out the roamers particularly well, and they took way too long to get going. That seemed like the same sort of Lion's Creed we saw there, which is very concerning, given they lost 3 rounds in a row. Of course, they managed to bring it back, so they'll have that idea in their minds that they can certainly do that. They'll have the motivation available. And they move on to the second site, looking for a bit more success. They brought the Glass to do it. Noodle is really just going through anyone he wants at the moment.
Not exactly sure if he's playing Operator Roulette or he's playing Truth or Dare with his teammates, and he constantly picks Dare. And Vern's just like, oh yeah, play Glass. I've got a good execution in mind. Well, I hope so. It's been a long time coming since we have actually seen Glass, so let's hope that Lion's Creed have got something really, really spicy cooking up in the cauldron for us this time around, as we will be moving on to CCTV and Cash. I'm sure as many of y'all have already noticed, but I'm really curious to see exactly how Noodle is going to utilize the Spetsnaz operator. I can only assume that it will play a key role in the eventual execution that is to come.
Well, as key as using the long angles through the breach that Toombs is currently trying to get open. I don't imagine it will be much more advanced than that. Encryption's being the one to open it up with his Selma breaches, already getting some holes open, which is a great start. Good efficiency from Lion's Creed. Not really much focus on the denial initially from Karlstad Kings, except for in terms of men denying the Maverick of Toombs with a... Is that a peak from Billiards?
That was a peak from Strip Club, as a matter of fact. And now, well, unfortunately, Lion's Creed, they have exhausted all of their hard breach utility. Encryption's used all 3 of his Selmas, and with Toombs now pushing daisies, they have to quite literally go back to the most primitive form of C to try to pull out a round victory with the man disadvantage. A nasty run out coming out from Jeff. Will be promptly shut down by Solar as he makes his entry into Gym for the time being, but Spike is currently waiting, but luckily enough for Solar, Verns is right there to back him up, and he will shut down Spike, and that's going to swing the man advantage back into LC's favor.
Spike has been the man to rely on in a bad situation for Karlstad, and having him taken out is bad for them, but Karlstad King straight back with a lovely double, bringing the man advantage, and again Ifluvio gets another kill on the Jaeger, leaving only the Glaz remaining in a 1 versus 2. Noodle, we are talking about what he can do on this operator. He still has 2 smokes remaining, and he's not far from that diffuser, so it should be a decent position for the Glaz. Still not a disaster, and he gets 1, leaving only the smoke remaining. Cold Cobra, he's yet to get a kill compared to Noodle's 4. So in terms of gun skill and the weapons available, somewhat maybe potentially a favor for the Glaz, with 30 seconds to execute and no canisters now remaining.
None whatsoever, and Noodle has to turn this into a CQB engagement. He does his darnest, but Unfortunately, that DMR can't match the raw stopping power that the M95 brings to the table at that close range. A pop shot coming out from Cold Cobra is simply more than enough to put Noodle 6 feet under, and Karlstad, they will walk away with the second round. And I genuinely thought that LC had that round in the bag. They managed to salvage a lot of the scattered pieces over the course of that round, but everything changed as Fluvio managed to pick up this 3-piece right over here, starting off by shutting down Solor, followed up by Encryptions, and this shot right here, banking down Verns, was absolutely galactic coming out from Fluvio, and that really aided CK in their potential to win the round.
Yeah, taking that close range engagement, I think the Smoke, knowing that he was coming up against a Glaz, very cleverly played a close angle and made sure that he took him into that fight with the strongest advantage he could have in terms of weaponry. So very, very well played by the Smoke at the end of that round to give another round advantage to Karlstad Kings. And again, they've started out strongly on the defense. Lions Creed able to offer a bit more, especially during the 3 rounds that they lost on Oregon. They look a bit better at the end of that round. They brought it quite close during the end of that round, and now they go to Gym Bedroom. Now this is an interesting sight. We've been debating it back and forth, all of the staff, as to really how effectively teams can attack this, because it is a bit of a trouble site for a lot of teams in terms of how you approach it. And I'm interested to see what Lions Creed do, as we've not seen them do it yet with this new roster.
No, not yet, at least for the time being. Obviously, we're gonna probably see Lions Creed try to divide and conquer the entire top floor. It's going to be really, really difficult for them to simply just ignore the extension into server for the time being, so I can only assume that they will split up their attack and try to pinch the defense from as many avenues as possible. They have enough hard breach utility to make sure that they can work their way through all of those crucial hard walls, those crucial reinforcements, I should say. But Noodle, he's got something else in his mind. He's already got the Logi hatch open and is gathering a lot of early intel, and with him being on the Jackal, he is perfectly ready to cause some chaos. He's gonna drop right on through, finds the first kill onto a sadly clueless BL, and he has worked his way into Secret. Verns is gonna find the follow-up onto Cobra, and suddenly the tide has shifted in the blink of an eye into LC's favor.
I'm not sure why they left logistics so empty, and Jeff falling as well could be terrible for the defense, but luckily Encryption's not quite holding that angle strongly enough and loses out to Spike. But Spike is retraded immediately by Toombs, and only leaving iFluvio as the last man. He tries to contest across, but is finished off by Verns. I think I was interested to see what Lions Creed did on their attack here, but it was more of a defensive flop, I think, from Karlstad Kings that gifted their opposition the chances to win that round. And Lions Creed at least effectively saw the weaknesses and acted upon it, took the round for themselves.
Yeah, and specifically when it boiled down to Noodle, he got the opening frag. He was the playmaker in that particular round. He noticed relatively quickly after gathering a lot of really, really good intel that Logi was completely empty and nobody was able to contest it from the outskirts of it. And then he just dropped through the hatch. Luckily enough for him, CK had set up some feed holes that were shared between Construction and Logi. He exploited those completely and managed to pick up the first kill, which then, snowballed into an LC win. And at that certain point, when Karlstad had actually suffered the first casualty, it was nothing but panic city. They weren't able to regain a foothold. And just like that, Karlstad, they were denied a successful site rotation on Clubhouse to kick things off. On Oregon, they managed to get their first 3 opening defenses in a row with relative ease, but Lions Creed this time around, they're gonna wake up. They have shut down CK, and now it's just time for them to regain some of that momentum.
Yeah, well, potentially a bit of a misplay on that particular defense, but we saw a fantastic defense of the basement last time from Karlstad Kings. Really managed to keeping those roaming players, especially iFluvio on the Valkyrie that round, being able to persist inside of Bathroom, getting a crucial double midway through the round. And they've got a similar roaming presence at the beginning. Karlstad Kings looking to delay yet again. Lions Creed running out of time, running out of men in general. They just could not deal with this roaming play. And if Karlstad Kings can keep it up, they may well be looking at another victory. That's what they'll be hoping for.
Definitely.
I think Lions Creed, a great adjustment to what... I'm sure you're looking at the same thing as me at the beginning of this round. That Jackal pick.
Yeah. I'm personally a little bit skeptical of this particular round just because of the fact that now Karlstad Kings, they've decided to go full SSG. They've decided to go full Space Station Gaming, or if you're a bit funny like I am, you can say Super Soaker Gun. Either way, though. It seems as if the roam presence has actually decided to be completely ignored by LC, as Noodle has secretly walked his way into dirt. I'm not exactly sure if BL is aware of this, but Noodle is doing his darnest to remain quiet for as long as possible, and now the calls have gone through. He can get his entry, as Verns and Solar have already made theirs. It's been turned into a 4v3 situation as Fluvio is able to pick up Chooms, but already so much early damage has been done on the side of Lions Creed. This might not be salvageable for Karlstad, as now we sit with Cobra being left in a 1v4, dropping through Oil Pit, will be met by one of the players over inside of Blue, but Encryptions has already confirmed the plant, and now the timer has been reset to 45 seconds, but all they need is just a couple. Noodle is going to pick up the final kill, and just like that, Lions Creed, through nothing else but catching Karlstad Kings with their pants around their ankles, are able to tie up the scoreline in a neat little bow.
We've seen a lot of teams opt for a very distant roam when they're feeling confident on that particular site. I've seen it punished so often recently. All you need to do, because the defense is stretched so thin on that bottom floor, you can just push in from multiple directions. If you just win that one key fight, maybe on the generator, the blue player, or someone maybe by tunnel, then you can just pinch in and move and watch for the retake. And that is exactly what Lions Creed did. Of course, a well-placed Banshee was a bit of a nuisance for Noodle, especially alongside Encryptions in the tunnel. They overcame it because of that player sweeping in from blue. I believe it was Verns on the Zofia, if I was correct. Sweeping through from blue and taking out Maestro, allowing them all to flood in and get that plant down. So a very strong execute from Lions Creed, noting the weaknesses in Karlstad's setup and then striking at the core.
Yeah, and I think it also has to do with the fact that, you know, the nature of the SSG roams means that, as you said, your defense is going to be spread relatively thin. In Lions Creed, they were toying with the idea of trying to divide and conquer, but when you want to actually try to attack this particular defensive setup from multiple angles, that essentially means that you're going to be boiling down and dividing your attack strategy into 5 separate 1v1 gunfights, which Lions Creed had won nearly each and every single one of them. It was, I believe, Solar as well as Chooms, maybe Verns as well. It was either Chooms or Verns who managed to get 2 separate entries in different points throughout the entire map, which basically just blew the entire round wide open for Lions Creed. Simply put, Karlstad weren't able to win out those early 1v1 engagements, and it cost them really, really direly.
Yeah, a reattempt of the basement coming out here. It's a similar setup, still quite a few roaming players. Of course, I think they will surely be contesting Dirty Tunnel a bit more this time around. Of course,
What makes it so dirty?
I don't know. It's just Dirty Tunnel, isn't it?
Dirt Tunnel, but I've never heard anybody add a Y at the end of it.
It's a tunnel with dirt in it, so it's a dirty tunnel, even if it is dirt. Dirt tunnel sounds a bit too American. I don't know why. Anyway, Jeff's been killed, Two Doors. Why don't you tell her about that?
Fortunately, this time around, the early roam game from Karlstad did not work out. He was lit up quite a bit on the main staircase itself. I believe the culprit of that was either Chooms or Solar at the time being, sat outside of the dirt breach. So now Karlstad immediately on the back foot, as Lions Creed have been able to find the early engagement working in their favor. And now that's one less headache that they do have to worry about, so they can direct a lot of their attention and a lot of their util over towards the execution. But one factor that they have forgotten to take into the equation is Fluvio. Gonna drop down the actual hatch. He finds one. He finds a second onto Verns. This is a sense of deja vu, which LC do not want to experience. Cobra is going to be rewarded with one onto Noodle as well. And Encryptions is going to do his best to clap back by shutting down the roamer, but the damage has already been dealt. 65 seconds left to play with, and it's a 2v2.
Yep, all those black eyes still in play despite the Valkyrie being taken out. And a 2 versus 2 with 2 canisters remaining on the smoke. There goes one to try and delay. I imagine Tombs over by Moto will afford a little bit of comfort for the moment for Carlsbad Kings as they are watching for this execution. First smoke canister being used by Encryptions, and he's shot through the smoke! A lovely shot from Cold Cobra, but he's the final man remaining for his teams as Tombs equalizes the score. Gets some damage back onto the Maestro, but with the breach open, thankfully from Encryptions, he can move into Church. So Cobra has a lot of stuff to do, especially as the plant is about to be stuck. It is. He is very much a Cobra. He's snaking through that corridor looking for Tombs. He's going to hold the hardest angle possible. And
he's
who
cooking
can
a
win this
nade.
out? Oh, a good idea from Tombs, but he's against the older, which can very much win those engagements, especially when he's just checking the other angle in case. Not enough intel in the end for the attackers, just missing that well-positioned drone at the end. And Karlstad Kings win it out. So close. But again, I have to say, iFluvio being allowed to persist on that roam, getting a key double, sneaking up behind. Lions Creed need to learn how to deal with that roam a bit better.
Yeah, this is the second time that it has happened thus far. I mean, it's safe to say that Lions Creed, they do an exceptional job of getting the early engagements in their favor, finding the entry frags, and that's a lot of hard work that they have managed to accomplish, which with a massive success rate. But then suddenly Fluvio, he enters stage left and he just tears it all down like it's nothing, and then it sort of forces Lions Creed back to square one, which is something that Lions Creed have desperately got to actually recover from. They managed to recover from those mishaps to a certain degree, but this has happened twice so far, and both times that it's happened, Carlstad have walked away with the round.
We've got quite an advanced stage. You know, he's come from the left, but he's also dropped the hatch, which you don't often see in a lot of theaters. So
no, you really don't. I mean,
cool.
It could potentially be from the actual rafters above the stage. I guess that analogy is much more accurate. It turns out that unlike most actors, he is trained in doing his own stunts, so he doesn't need a line to make sure. He doesn't need tether to make sure he doesn't plummet to his own death. So, you know what? Good stuff coming out from Fluvio.
He's the Tom Cruise of Karlstad Kings.
5 seconds to go.
And he's looking good, much like Tom Cruise, on 10-5 at the moment so far this game. But he's given Valkyrie to Spike. He is running the Jaeger this time around as Karlstad Kings move site. They're going to mix it up and bring us back to CCTV and Cash. Of course, that gym defense really not working out for them well at all. They'll be relying on this to take it to a 4-2 advantage. Remember, they got that on Oregon and still didn't manage to hold it on their attacks. So I think they will probably really be relying on winning this round to help them out coming to the switch.
Yeah, definitely so. This time around, Noodle is going to drop the Spetsnaz operator and instead going to choose or opt for something a bit more traditional in the form of Sledge, which may be the silver bullet that, well, Lions Creed need to actually end things off in a 3-3 split. Having 2 extra frag grenades to work with is something that Karlstad have got to take into account, otherwise it could bite them in the bum. But either way, Tombs getting to work relatively early on with the main breach over by CCTV is probably going to get that done sooner or later, but he has to watch out for that strip run out, otherwise he won't be able to exert any pressure towards Garage like in the previous attack.
I like that Spike, despite the fact that he has opted off the smoke, is holding the same position and playing that similar role with the smoke instead opting for Cash. So an interesting take on swapping around operators. Vern's taking out iFluvio at the start of the round. We were singing his praises, but he is gone from the board right at the beginning, which is a bit of a blow for Karlstad. If you look at the remaining kills on the team compared to him, it's going to be almost an uphill battle from here. Of course, a lot of utility and those Valkyrie cameras, he can still be quite useful for his team from this position with 1 minute and 15 remaining.
indeed, but at the end of the day, it's still an extra gun which Karlstad would have wanted to have on their side, and Verns from down below is able to find his second onto Jeff. The Karlstad's endeavor to pick up the refrag has been brought to a grinding halt. It may have taken a bit longer than 3 to 5 seconds, but either way, this puts CK on the back foot, and now Lions Creed, with 50 seconds left, are able to actually put Spike in the DBNO, a technical 5v2, and now they can really get to work. There's still plenty of time to play with, and Verns will actually shut down BL. Spike will be cleaned up as well after bleeding to death, and that's going to leave Cobra in a 1v5. It's time to clutch up, or it's a 3-3 split, an unfavorable position to find themselves, and he's looking to try to deny the plan from down below, but those are just educated guesses, and they won't hit their mark. Encryptions will be rewarded with the final kill onto Cobra, and that is Lions Creed overcoming the odds and actually taking a third round on their attack to move into the side swap with an even score line.
Yeah, educated guesses coming out there from the smoke, but Karlstad Kings were really the team getting schooled there by their opposition. A perfect execution of that attack from Lions Creed. I believe we've just... Oh no, my mistake. I thought we'd paused for a moment. We have not. We're still going at the switch. It is 3-all. Of course, like I think they'll still take it. Karlstad Kings, of course, they don't have that 4-2 advantage that they'll be enjoying. But at the moment, 3-3 is pretty solid on what is potentially an attacker-sided clubhouse this season.
Attackers need to locate
Yeah, potentially. I mean, this is something that I actually wanted to gloss over at the start of the matchup, but it just completely blew past me that, you know, taking a look at the majority of these operator bans, I think they do tend to lean more towards the attack in general because of the fact that you don't have to deal with that utility dump simulator as hard as, you know, if there were actually Wamai on the board, and people are already accustomed to playing without Thatcher, so, you know, relatively attacker-sided, but thus far, Lions Creed have done an admirable job, more than admirable, I should say, of, you know, keeping Karlstad Kings on a leash, and especially when it came to that last round, Verns was the main difference maker, being able to find not one but 2 frags down below inside of that storage space. That was just, that was just the chef's kiss, honestly.
A lot of kisses today on there, but on there.
You gotta spread some love and positivity towards Twitch chat, you know?
Yeah.
As well as towards you.
Oh.
Can't forget about you.
Yeah. Nobody
Keep it
kissed
groovy.
me because I'm not immune yet.
Neither am I.
Halfway there. Halfway there. Anyway, Spike making quick work of that logistics. Hatch as another potential way to enter for the Jackal. Of course, I can recall a Jackal from Lions Creed. I believe it was Noodle doing a very inventive drop to take out a player or two on a gym bedroom attack. There's no such thing for this Jackal. We'll see if Spike can be as effective on his attacker's defense, because he pulled out some fantastic moments, especially that effective 1 versus 4 on Oregon. He's not quite pulled out those moments, and I think we've lacked BLZC and Jeff really showing up so far on Clubhouse. I think that's been partially some of the elements that have seen a Karlstad Kings couple of losses, to be fair, at the start of Clubhouse. But Cold Cobra's getting them off to a good start on the attack by taking out the Jaeger on the roam. Such nice Valkyrie cams as well here. Being shot out though, they have been noticed.
One of them has been shot out, as you said, but 2 of them still persist, and if Noodle, as well as... Oh no, he's actually the only person with a Nitro Cell in his back pocket, but if he's able to use this to perfection, then we could be looking at an even playing field once again. But either way, the time continues to tick, and now Karlstad, they have got to speed up the process and get to work on those hatches in general. I believe that... I think that's Fluvio or either Jeff inside of kitchen. He was standing on one of the cabinets, so a C4 won't deal lethal damage for the time being. And now that C4 is as good as gone, being stuck on one of the beams. But doesn't matter. Verns with the MP5, without a grip, mind you, as well as able to pick up Jeff, throwing us back into a 4v4 situation. Now it's the calm before the storm. The next 45 seconds are bound to be explosive.
Yeah, there's a lot to do for the attackers on this execute. As it usually is on this site, it's just going to be an absolute hell of raining bullets from all directions. And it looks like we're going to see a west-sided push most likely from Karlstad Kings, who have been very good at executing so far, and they take down Chooms to start things off. Striking back is Noodle onto Cold Cobra. Chooms hasn't been finished yet, and still the man advantage holds for Lion's Creed, even with men standing. With Chooms likely to be revived. He's under pressure though from Spike, who's going to try and stick the diffuser. iFluvio is the covering man, he takes out one. He almost gets two, but he's taken out, leaving only the Jackal, and he cannot defend himself at the death, and he is the final death, giving the round to Lion's Creed. A good attempt at the execute from the 2 versus 4 position, at least by Karlstad Kings, but those first 2 initial losses in men were really the end of that round.
I hate to be the party pooper and to kill the mood for Lion's Creed. Yes, they got the W, but was Chooms caught mid-animation as he went down? I'm pretty sure I caught a glimpse of putting a deployable shield down, which cost him his own life.
Yeah, not ideal from Chooms in that particular position. The timing of the push was perfect for him to be taken out. But of course, they did enough work early on in the round by delaying and making sure their opposition didn't have enough men to really count on that key kill. They did the job without him, so fair enough from Lion's Creed. They now have the advantage for the first time. Yes, it is the first time
for the first
so
time
far on Clubhouse, indeed. And the mirror, not banned for once on Clubhouse. She's going to be utilised by Noodle on red stairs. Now that's not usually a position. You see a lot of mirrors coming out, mostly on gym bedroom. Seeing her here is quite refreshing, actually. It's nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of a return to form. Usually, after Clubhouse was actually reworked, we would see a lot of mirror placements over by the top of the red staircase, over by that center soft wall, over by the triple wall. But teams have actually gotten a bit more inventive, and they usually like to utilize a mirror in some form of overextension towards either construction or even towards master bedroom / bathroom. And when you overextend like that, you've got the jacuzzi wall reinforced as well. But I believe Noodle is going to try to recreate some things that we have seen in a lot of Jaeger himself montages. Are you serious right now, Noodle?
He's gonna meaty Marley it. I don't know if that... I'm not sure. I can't remember which YouTuber generally does it the most. No, he's not...
All of them. All of them.
Yeah, pretty much everyone, really. That would be incredibly disrespectful. Of course, we've seen Lion's Creed pull out some funny moments, such as that, but they're not going to do it to start off with, at least. No. We'll see if Noodle goes for it in the end. As for the first minute... Yes?
He might just be holding on to it in his back pocket and just waiting to see where CK are going to attack from and then deploy it accordingly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if it works for you, it works. We'll wait and see. It is a very adventurous tactic that could cost them. And given that they're a man down, that's a lot of stuff to do. Or almost 2, as Encryptions is downed, I think, from underneath with an explosive from the Ash and finished off by Bulzuk.
Bulzuk.
Yeah.
Colorful.
Yeah, it's a bit too close to a different word, so I'm probably not going to call him that from now on.
Vern's so darn close to landing those couple of headshots over by the window atop garage, but it is a 5v2 situation and things have gone from bad to worse for the defense for the time being, and now their lives have been made a living hell as Jeff and Fluvio are going to join in on the fun, pick up the last 2 remaining lines in their own den, and that is Karlstad Kings on a whopping comeback with a flawless round.
Wow, that was exactly what they will have wanted. A 4-all now on the score yet again, and it looks like we're going to a brief pause potentially. But what are we waiting for? I'm not sure quite what we're waiting for, but it is paused anyway. Oh, and good timing. Spike has left, so we can take a moment sitting at this 4-4. Apparently internet problems, apparently. But this is a really good position, actually, to sit and talk about this. So we found ourselves at a 4-4 previously on Oregon. And Lion's Creed just about being on top enough consistently that they won it out. I don't know how this one is going to go. We just saw a flawless round from the attack of Karlstad Kings, and now at a 4-4, I can't call it. I'm trying to think what it could be, and it's only screaming draw to me.
Yeah, it definitely is also screaming draw to me as well. If the results of the first half are to be replicated, then it will most certainly end in a 6-6 fashion. And I think it's safe to say that this particular clubhouse matchup has been more attacker-sided than we're usually accustomed to seeing. But that last round right there, I'm not exactly sure if things just didn't, if Lions Creed got off on the wrong foot with their initial setup, if they were just caught off guard by Karlstad. I'm not exactly sure what happened right over there, but either way, they've got to brush it off, revisit the site as they are going to do so, and eventually try to pull out the dub. I'm not exactly sure if the fault was on the Mira. They have swapped her out and instead brought out, I believe, the Mozzie this time around as a substitute. But either way, they've got to make sure that things don't turn out as disastrous as in round number 8. Otherwise, Lions Creed are in for a rude awakening.
To locate and defuse bombs.
This is a really, really interesting point to just sit, look at the scores, look at the players, and how everything's going. I'm having a gander around at some of these performances, and it's very top heavy from both teams in a very bizarre fashion compared to Oregon. Of course, Choom's got 14 kills on Oregon, currently rocking the 2.
Yeah, Verns and Chooms, they were top fragging on Oregon. Chooms, I think, might just be having a bit of an off map. It might have to do to the fact that he was actually swapped onto a much more restrictive role, being that smoke, needing to actually, play much more conservatively as opposed to far more aggressively. But either way, he has dropped down in terms of kills, but don't worry because Noodle is there for it, sitting on 11. That could have been his 12th if he was able to confirm the kill onto Cobra, but alas, the Maverick will be picked up back to 20 HP. Either way, a lot of early damage has been dealt, so that is going to make LC feel a tad bit more comfortable.
Yep. 3 C4s on the board also for Lions Creed. Interested to see how those are going to be used in this round. Of course, very useful if you don't clear out underneath, and we've not seen too much of that from Lions Creed on their attacks. They've gone quite direct, and it's worked for them. Noodle getting aggressive again. He takes out Jeff. I'm not sure where that was, but dealing so much damage to Cobra as well is a fantastic start of the round from him.
It truly, truly is. I think Jeff might have been over towards Logi / construction. I can only assume that's where it was. Actually, yeah, outside of the Logi doorway. So Jeff, that was a bit unfortunate for Karlstad. He didn't have a drone to actually escort him through the building, so as a result, he lost his life relatively early on. Which
such an aggressive
What?
You just said Jeff is there and
What do you mean?
It's just very aggressive as an in general. As far as go, that was a very sudden one. You almost scared me.
I thought it was just Discord goofing up on yours.
Maybe it was.
Hey,
maybe it was.
I'll tone it down with the ers from now on.
Bomb located by attackers.
Well, you've given me a scare, and Noodle has given his opposition a scare at the start of this round. They've not really stepped it up since. Karlstad, they got some things open, but currently no refrag and not much utility being burned yet. Got a lot to deal with, and there is some of it. Verns is no, he doesn't have any in pocket actually. I thought he might be able to put another battery down, but he doesn't, and the wall is indeed opened by BLZC.
And Verns, his lives are surely numbered, and now they're down to 0 as he will be cleaned up. BLZ is able to pick up one onto Chooms as well, but Solor is going to respond with one onto Fluvio. It's an even playing field right now between these two squads, and there's 35 seconds left to play, with 35 seconds left for Karlstad to get this execute in motion, but they want to speed run it. BLZ is going to actually work his way in, get the diffuser off, but he was just half a second away from confirming it as Noodle makes his entry, finds the second as well onto Spike, and suddenly the tide has turned. It's in favor of Lions Creed, and Cobra is nowhere near the diffuser. It's too far away from home to try to win out this round. He'll be wide swung by Solar atop the rafters, and that is Lions Creed decisively putting their foot down and not giving CK a single inch to work with in that actual setup to the post plan.
That was Noodle's round. Just incredible play from the Malusi. With the opening kill, a lot of damage onto the Maverick to scare him a bit towards those later engagements, denying the plant and then killing the supporting player immediately afterwards as they go for the refrag. Fantastic individual play. Noodle, he struggled a bit on Oregon and he's danced around Ops trying to make himself comfortable, and finally I think he's found it here on Clubhouse, rocking the 14-4 currently.
A really, really great play from him as well. He had actually... He remained unchecked on the opposite side of Xbox or Green Box, whatever you'd like to call it. And at the right moment, if he had actually just waited half a second too long, then I'm pretty sure that BL could have gotten the diffuser down. But great timing, great game sense coming out from Noodle. He may have actually had a black eye camera from Burns to work with in that previous round. Not exactly sure if he had proper intel or that was just him making an educated guess and being promptly rewarded for it. But either way, he has definitely just, you know, sprung or actually shot some life back into Lion's Creed. This is the first time, actually no, this is the second time that they're able to maintain the lead over their opponents, but now they're looking to close things off. They'll head back down to the basement in an attempt to claim this next round and sit comfortably on match point.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a crucial one. A Lion's Creed win here. Given the lack of consistent rounds offered up by both teams, it's been rather back and forth. If they can get this one in a row and go on to match point, that will put them really, really in the driving seat for winning this game, this particular map. And all 6 points today could go to Lion's Creed. They've definitely secured themselves 3. Could still lose here, 3 rounds in a row. We've seen Karlstad do it this game already. If they can pull that out, they're here for a nice victory. But of course, they can't afford to lose a single round if they want to get 3 points today.
Yeah, indeed they can't. However, some early intel is going to be gathered by Spike thanks to, well, I completely blanked on the name of his gadgetry.
Inox.
What was it? Yeah, the Inox scanners. Thank you. So,
For
he's
once
gonna
I know it.
Hmm?
For once I know the utility. I never remember the names of utility.
I usually stumble on them quite a bit as well. I can't even remember what the actual name of Maverick's blowtorch is. Probably has something really, really funky. I think it's something in Arabic as far as I remember from what Whippet told me. But either way,
Really?
yeah, I think so. I'm gonna have to double check on that because the Suri torch. Yeah, there we go. It's called the Suri torch apparently, folks.
Really? I've never seen that. I didn't even know that.
Hmm.
Does it say that in the game?
Yeah.
Anywhere, really? Wow, okay. Cool. I didn't know that at all, so that's some cool info for all you. And I would be delivering you some cool info about this round, but there's very little to say, because Karlstad Kings have been very slow in terms of taking the ground and making things happen. Not much utility taken out in terms of burning out Lion's Creed's utility. Currently, they've got 2 minutes left to make this execute happen with no picks.
1 minute. They've got
1 minute
to work with, but they have managed to get the church breach open for the time being. So they're gonna go for a church execution more than likely. And BL is waiting to work his way inside behind the bar. He's gonna get the refrag as well. Looks to try to find a second, but will be shut down promptly as it's a flurry of kills taking place left, right, and center. Solar is going to find Jeff as they will start getting the diffuser down, but Encryption's on the flank is able to deny it by Spike. Cold Cobra is going to find one for himself, but he's left all on his lonesome in a 1v2 scenario right over here with the diffuser out of reach. He needs to battle through. Encryptions and Chooms are the last 2 remaining defenders, and he's going to shut down one of them. Chooms is left in the DBNO to be cleaned up, but there's only 15 seconds left as the timer will start flashing red, and he needs to try to find Encryptions right here and right now to secure the round for LC, and he gets it! Cold Cobra ensuring that LC don't fall behind, or excuse me, ensuring that CK don't fall too far behind, will tie up the scoreline 5-5 and deny LC match points.
Yeah, they want all 3 points here today, and they have to win every single round from that point to make sure that they can get 3 on Clubhouse. Cold Cobra has been left in a 1 versus X quite a few times across these 2 maps. That's the first time he has stepped up and won it, and great timing at that. Got gotta say a bit of an odd misplay, I think, from that 2-man. Very split up and isolated. And as that goo mine went off in the doorway, I'm not sure how the smoke was not aware of the positioning at all, hearing that goo mine go off and then being shot in the side, and also then Encryptions with his positioning late, just getting caught off, trying to guard that diffuser.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I think Encryptions, the particular flank that he managed to pull off, working his way through the smoke towards the default camera and getting the angle onto BL, who was getting that diffuser down, that pretty much had me sold on the fact that LC would have walked away with that round completely soundly, but no, Cobra, he's able to make plays when he's called upon.
Yeah, potentially maybe if his positioning at the end were maybe just tucked in at the bottom of the stairs, potentially. Still in a position to watch that diffuser that was down in the back of church. But being stuck in the corridor there means he's exposed to multiple angles in case he wants to hold it. So close, but unfortunate for Lions Creed. And they see it to 5-5 now. It's so close. Yet again, we find ourselves here. Of course, from this position, last time Lions Creed managed to get 2 consecutive rounds and win it out. They're going to repeat this basement. Karlstad Kings need to be more efficient, I think, in the early round. Getting that extra pick, I think, towards going into the execute will really help them out when it comes to that trade war that we saw towards the end of the round.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, don't get me wrong. When it comes to basement attacks, you know it's gonna come down to the wire, and I think Karlstad time management went completely fine. The execution probably could have been set in motion just a tad bit earlier, but yeah, they were lacking in the trade department. In the previous matchup in Oregon, things were tit for tat, blow for blow, and in that particular round right over there, Karlstad weren't able to ensure that they got trades properly, and thankfully for them, a miracle occurred. Lightning had struck and Cobra took the round for CK, but obviously they can't rely on that to happen once more. They've got to step things up right over here, and we know for a fact that Lions Creed... Look at that, Vern shutting down last round's playmaker. Nice shot tossed out in all chat. I will admit it may have been a C4 kill, but that was a nice shot.
Oh, nicely placed. I'm not sure there's really a proper term for it yet. Yeah, nicely tossed. I don't know. Something of the sort. Oh, Fluvio, that was not nicely tossed. He jumps his drone right into an electrified wall. Bit of a... Oh, it's another nice toss. So many nice tosses. We've really got to get the NTs in chat, ladies and gents, on the Twitch chat. I expect to see that later when I check it through. So many nice tosses, giving Lions Creed a huge advantage. Of course, this will put them onto match point if they can win this round out. And currently, with a minute left, they look well set to do so.
Noodle still has one more C4 in his back pocket, and Lions Creed, they have let their gadgetry and utility do all the talking thus far, and it's really come to bite Karlstad in the bum. And now they will also be denied access into church as well, but Jeff is looking to change things up. He's going to pick up Solor, and Fluvio is there to shut down Noodle as well. Suddenly, the entry has been made. Karlstad, they've salvaged the round, and they're getting the diffuser down as Chooms is able to shut down that blue presence, but a Toxic Babe will be tossed out as Fluvio picks up Encryptions, and the Toxic Babe is not connecting, unfortunately enough for Chooms. It was either shot out, probably. I think it has, and you know who else is shot out? Chooms by Fluvio, just like that, in the blink of an eye. You've missed the entire round, and Karlstad Kings have walked away with it under their belts.
And it may have, I was almost going to say nice toss to the smoke as well, but it didn't come off, and those two low players, that could have been a double smoke kill at the end of the round. But what a comeback.
I think Max is telling us that it was...
Oh, it hit the electric wall!
Yeah.
That electric wall proving crucial in multiple aspects. It got drones, it got, most importantly, the defender's utility at the end. What a dramatic swing back. I was preparing for Lions Creed to probably take this map at that 5-3 situation, given what we saw on Oregon. But incredible play from the three remaining players there of Karlstad Kings, and they've brought it back. Fluvio. I was talking about his KD from last season being rather underwhelming. He's going 16-9 at the moment on this map.
He is currently sitting with the most kills within the server itself. Unfortunately, even if he gets an ace right over here and shuts down each and every single member of LC, it's not going to be enough to break the current kill record. I believe that is currently at 23 kills. I'm not exactly sure who's holding on to it, but somebody in Twitch chat is going to remind me of that. But either way, though, Lions Creed,
Is that this season?
No, that was last season, I believe it was, if not the season before that.
3.
But
Dora?
either way,
Glitch tech, I think.
I really can't say.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure, unfortunately. And Lions Creed right now, they have been denied the luxury to claim 3 extra points. That means the most they can get out of this map on Clubhouse is a single point to top it off 4 in the entire Playday. Or Carlstad, they could take 3 points fully if they win this next round on Jim.
Yeah, well, this is an interesting site to go to because this was the real weak site from Karlstad Kings. A complete misplay from them on the defense, which saw Lions Creed basically take a free round almost there. And it's very, very interesting that we see this site come out from Lions Creed right now with Karlstad Kings on the precipice of a victory. But again, they start by losing the man first. It's Spike and Ifluvio also taking a lot of damage.
Unfortunate stuff for Spike. It's been a bit of a nightmarish map for him thus far on Clubhouse, but Karlstad Kings, they're there to pick up the pieces. Is it going to be enough for them to claim the W right here and name it Dubhouse? I really can't say, but either way, they're going to actually devote a lot of their attention towards flushing out Chooms, but better yet, they're able to pick up the frag, and that's already cache control and server controlled in their favor. Now, they have to slowly ingress towards the bomb site itself and try to do this the old-fashioned way by tapping on heads.
Oh, it's going to come down to the wire with less than half the round remaining. There is quite a bit for the attackers to do, but you know this site very well, so do I. It always comes down to a bit of chaos at the end. And with these men remaining, I mean, looking at some of the plays we've seen from these players so far, it's going to be completely chaotic indeed. That breach charge being shot out.
And that was his
Jacuzzi
last as well. Fluvio has exhausted
Oh,
all
no.
of his soft breach utility. All 6 of those explosives are
Wow.
flushed down the drain seemingly, but it's a 4v4 situation with 50 seconds left. There's still all left to play with. Jeff trying to make his entry in through Logi will be shut down, but the refrag is there from Fluvio, and now we're back in a 3v3 scenario as Cold Cobra will bite the dust, and so will BL. Burns is going to ensure that the kill feed is painted orange. And just like that, LC are able to thread the needle, not necessarily picking up a dub. It won't be named Dubhouse, but at least they have secured a draw and a point.
Wow, that came close in the end. Ifluvio and Noodle both in the end ending up on 17 kills apiece. Fantastic from them kill-wise. A fantastic game everything-wise. I think it had variety, it had weird operator selections, good amounts of flexibility in terms of defensive setups, attacking strategies, and the rounds going back and forth all the way through. The comebacks, especially that second to last one, was just remarkable. What a brilliant game today. I was better than I could have imagined.
Yeah, it was certainly a series and a half, and for Oregon in Clubhouse, not something that we say all that often as well, judging by, you know, how frequent we actually see these maps. So both teams, they brought out their A game. They definitely put on a show for us, but at the end of the day, it is Lions Creed walking away with 4 points, leaving just 1 up for grabs on the side of Karlstad. They gave it their all. They did their darnest. There were lots of comeback moments, lots of outstanding moments where Karlstad found themselves on the back foot, but were able to actually salvage the round and translate it into a winning scenario. But unfortunately enough for them, it was a bit too little too late, and especially when it came to that very last round of regulation on Clubhouse, trying to flood the gates and drop through Logi, they just walked into their own death trap.
Yep, Lions Creed will now be sitting on 10 points quite happily, just underneath Jaegers on the table at the moment. Of course, the rest of the game is still to go tomorrow, which should be quite exciting. We've got some good matchups there
I believe
as well.
tomorrow evening there's only going to be a single matchup that is going to be AYB Esports going up against Skittle.jpg. Both of these are actually, well, Skittle has yet to play a single match because unfortunately they had to forfeit last week against the Jaegers, and well, AYB, they took quite the beating last week as well. So hopefully this should be a much more even playing field for those two squads. But that's about going to wrap things up for us here this evening.
Yep, Karlstad Kings also, they're going to be on 4 points now as they managed that one victory against Arctic, and now they've managed to take at least 1 point off Lions Creed, which isn't the worst. At least they managed to get something out of it against what is a very, very strong looking Lions Creed in general. It's going to be a big scrap at the top of this major division. We saw how close it was last season, and I don't think it's going to be too much different towards the end of this season, especially. So potentially two crucial points there in difference.
Yeah, definitely so. It is going to be a really, really exciting season, and we're only 2 play days into it, and there's still plenty of more action and content to come your way. But it's about time that we wrap things up. Before we sign off, Ebak, have you got any final thoughts?
Not particularly, so that's about it, really. Great. I just want to say that great job to all the teams involved today. Whether it's PG Tips, who unfortunately lost both maps, they competed very well. They kept up the game and made it really interesting, and they had something to be proud about at the end. And it's the same for everybody. Just some fantastic play up in Major Division. I'm very excited to see what AYB and Skittle.jpg can offer up tomorrow.
Yeah, it is going to be a really interesting matchup. That is going to be taking place tomorrow evening at 8:30 p.m. CET. So we don't have a match at 6:30 p.m. CET, so we'll see you then. But for the time being, I've been Two Doors, Ebak's been Ebak, the one and only Clash main within the ECS community. ECS. I almost goofed that up because my old high school was ESC. Either way, though.
Oh, that's not good, is it?
No, wasn't the greatest of places either. Make sure to go ahead and show some love to our lovely observers and producer Max D, as well as Noah Volkswagen 9, Noah VW9. So you can see their Twitter handles right there on screen. Make sure to go ahead and show them some love, as well as the casters, us. But for the time being, thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you back here tomorrow at 8:30 for our final major match during Playday number 2 between AYB and Skittle. Until then, I wish everyone in Twitch chat a pleasant evening, and we will see you back here tomorrow night on the channel. Take care.
for a second now. Catch my breath. Yeah, I gotta slow down. Cause when you're near, everything that I planned just goes away. We said that we were gonna take it slow, move carefully, and give it time to grow. We said that we were gonna wait, but I just want it right now. I just want it right now.